Tokyo lies in ruins. Skyscrapers have toppled, roads have collapsed, helicopters and tanks have been ripped to shreds, and seemingly unstoppable monsters wander through the rubble. A giant, hideous reptile, eyes glowing with malice. SCP-682. Is this the result of a containment breach? No. It's exactly where the Foundation wants it to be. Watched by a Foundation drone floating high above in the smog-choked sky. They're anticipating a battle of epic proportions. Not far away, another monster crawls from the rubble that was once a major building in the Tokyo Financial District. Its form hideously elongated, its skin white as death, its face an omen of absolute doom for anyone who sees it. SCP-096. Is this the result of a containment breach? Once again, no. It's here exactly by the Foundation's design. In between these anomalous titans stands the reason that the Foundation dispatched them here. A man in a yellow costume, his white cape flowing in the wind, the evening sun shining off the dome of his perfectly bald head. In the eyes of the SCP Foundation, he's one of the most dangerous anomalies they've ever encountered. To the man himself, he's just Saitama, the man who's just a hero for fun. With the help of the potentially world-ending anomalies, SCP-682 and SCP-096, could the SCP Foundation count Saitama among their thousands of secured, contained, and protected anomalies? Just 2 hours earlier, the city was still standing. A seemingly normal man, unremarkable save for his baldness, was taking a day trip into the city, hoping to enjoy the fine restaurants and maybe buy some new t-shirts in Shibuya. It's his day off. He doesn't intend to get into any fights. But today, that won't be his choice. Far above, a Foundation drone tracks his every move, feeding up-to-the-minute data to the many Japanese Foundation field agents embedded in the crowds around him. Their mission is simple: ferry the man known as Saitama to an isolated location, then move in to intercept. Hopefully, he'd see reason and submit to containment voluntarily. If he didn't, they'd need to resort to more extreme measures. A field agent disguised as a promoter approached Saitama outside of a grocery store. Their intel indicated that for all his anomalous potential, Saitama couldn't resist a good deal, and that's a weakness they'd be happy to exploit. The field agent gave Saitama a coupon promising a 60% off deal at a nearby sushi restaurant that was a little off the beaten track. Today only. The hairless hero couldn't help but smile. Man, that's a great deal. I'd have to be a moron to pass that up. Hook, line, and sinker. 20 minutes later, Saitama was arriving at the spicy, cheap-priced sushi restaurant, completely unaware that a trap had been laid for him and that the entire 2-mile radius around the restaurant had been evacuated in advance, just in case things got ugly. And things were absolutely going to get ugly. All of this had started when Foundation researchers in Tokyo noticed strange and impossible things. Anomalies, known to some of their Japanese research division as mysterious beings, were turning up dead. Incredibly powerful creatures, seemingly effortlessly killed. The only thing that could be killing these anomalies was an even more powerful anomaly, which led agents to a local apartment building where the recorded Hume level was off the charts. One of the few residents left in this building, believed by many to be a dangerous area, was a bald man who lived alone and matched certain eyewitness reports of a mysterious figure dressed like a superhero, killing monsters multiple times his size. A loose variable like that couldn't be left uncontained. The SCP Foundation needed to lock him up and conduct as many tests as they could. Back to the now, as Saitama had just walked into the Foundation front business posing as a sushi restaurant. He placed his order and waited, when suddenly a heavily armed mobile task force emerged from the shadows, aiming high-powered assault rifles loaded with armor-piercing rounds that could easily put down a rhino. Saitama was surrounded, but he seemed oblivious to the danger. "Are you guys here for the sushi deal? You're a little overdressed." The mobile task force didn't feel like wasting any time. The squad leader barked an order for Saitama to come quietly and submit himself to custody. If he didn't, they were authorized to use lethal force. Saitama protested that he couldn't leave now. He'd miss the sushi deal. Before the mission, the squad leader had been briefed that they were dealing with an impossibly powerful anomaly. He'd lost friends on the SCP-682 detail, so he sure as hell wasn't going to take a chance on this one. He commanded his squad to open fire. The crackle of automatic gunfire echoed through the streets. The muzzle flashes turned the sushi restaurant into a photosensitive's worst nightmare, as bullets shredded through the front desk and peppered the wall. But somehow, not a single one hit Saitama. He wasn't even there. In his surprise, the squad leader turned, only to see Saitama standing right behind him. You ought to be more careful where you're pointing those things. You could hurt somebody. The squad leader pivoted and tried to fire at Saitama again, but with a single flick of his index finger, the leader was sent flying through the wall, and another 2 walls after it. In a panic, the second-in-command requested immediate backup and ordered the team to fall back. There was another deafening crack from across the street, as a Foundation sniper positioned in a nearby building fired a .50 caliber round straight into the back of Saitama's head. The bullet simply pinged off of Saitama's scalp like a BB fired at the side of a car. He itched the back of his head, barely even noticing it. Luckily for the Foundation, this was only Plan A. Plan B started when the bomb underneath the fake sushi restaurant exploded, reducing the entire building to rubble with Saitama inside of it. That, they estimated, was sure to at least slow him down. Or so they thought, until the bald hero for fun effortlessly climbed out of the rubble, brushing brick dust from his outfit. Somehow, in the course of the explosion, he'd managed to change from his civilian outfit to his hero uniform. Now he was going to get at least semi-serious. But so was the Foundation. They rolled out the heavy artillery. State-of-the-art tanks spilled into the streets, armed with cannons and .50 caliber machine guns. Above, they scrambled several attack helicopters and a pair of F-35 jets. The isolated Tokyo suburb soon became a war zone, with the belligerents being the most powerful organization in the world, and one bored, bald man. With speed that regular eyes couldn't even quantify, Saitama dodged around machine gun fire from land and air, bullets instead tearing up the asphalt beneath his feet. The tanks rolled in close to get a better chance of landing a hit on Saitama, but that would be their undoing. One fired a round from its main gun, which Saitama simply swatted out of the air like an annoying fly. Fractions of a second after, he lunged forward and with one punch reduced the tank to scrap metal. The men inside were lucky that they weren't killed. "I don't even know you guys," Saitama complained. "Why are you trying to ruin my day off like this?" The other tank fell back, realizing it wasn't going to be effective against this anomalous combatant. But the air support wasn't letting up. The helicopters and jets circled, firing down a maelstrom of gunfire and deadly explosive rockets that pummeled the ground around the part-time hero. And Saitama wasn't about to take that lying down. He reached over and grabbed up a handful of small stones from the rubble of the destroyed road around him. Yes, this would do. He looked up into the sky, his superhuman vision zeroing in on his aerial pursuers. One by one, he tossed the pebbles into the air, firing them at a velocity that an anti-air weapon could only aspire to reach with its own projectiles. The pebbles perfectly struck the fuel tanks of each of the choppers and jets, sending them down with spectacular explosions, their burnt husks landing amongst buildings in the vicinity and starting quickly spreading fires. Little did Saitama know, the Foundation had also placed Scranton reality anchors in different buildings around him, hoping to limit his power. Instead, his presence had caused the anchors to overload and explode. Saitama was even more powerful than the best Foundation estimates had allowed for. If they wanted any hope of subduing and containing him, they needed to requisition a little anomalous assistance. In the case of extreme emergencies like this one, where the anomalous enemy is extremely powerful but the area is so densely populated that ground deployment of hammer down is infeasible, the Foundation has a list of incredibly dangerous anomalies that can be deployed on short notice in order to provide a show of extreme force against a seemingly unstoppable enemy. Containing Saitama was considered a severe enough emergency to allow for this. While the less controllable anomalies were being prepared, the remnants of the experimental mobile task force, Pandora's Box, was zeroing in on Saitama's location. Chief among them was SCP-076, Abel, an immortal warrior inhumanly proficient in combat, capable of producing weapons out of thin air. When he heard that a combatant as strong as Saitama was involved, he demanded to be allowed to face him. Abel was always looking for a new opportunity to test his skills. It wasn't long before the immortal warrior arrived in the ruined Tokyo suburb that had become a battlefield. He pulled 2 obsidian blades out of his weapon pocket dimensions and set his sights on Saitama. His heart was pumping, adrenaline firing through his veins. He roared a challenge of mortal combat to his bald foe. "Who are you supposed to be?" Saitama asked, scratching his head. "Like a cosplayer for a new video game or something?" Abel didn't take kindly to this. The stranger known as Saitama needed to be taught respect. He raised his weapons and charged in, moving with speed and intensity impossible for a mortal man. He would cleave this Saitama's bald head from his... Bam! A single punch from Saitama sent Abel sailing up through the air, out through the atmosphere, and into the cold, unforgiving darkness of space. It happened so quickly that the warrior didn't even know that he was dead. "Huh, that was weird," Saitama said. While Abel had been ineffective in subduing Saitama, he'd bought the Foundation just enough time to marshal the rest of their forces. High-speed pods were landing all across Tokyo, unleashing horrific monsters bent on destruction, all placed into a collision course with Saitama. Now, it was time for the real challenge. Half a mile west, SCP-2419, the Laughing Men, sadistic zombies made from the bodies of D-classes, thought to be almost impossible to kill, were unleashed, visiting indiscriminate violence on any civilians whom they happened to run into. As long as they helped weaken Saitama, the Foundation considered this to be an acceptable loss. 50 meters north, another pod unleashed SCP-058, the Heart of Darkness, an anomaly capable of causing mass destruction with its highly flammable acid sprays, bladed tendrils, and sharp insect-like legs. It started destroying and setting alight nearby buildings, ripping up cars and attacking passers-by. Again, these were deemed acceptable losses. 10 meters south of Saitama, a pod unleashed SCP-106, the Old Man, another immortal and incredibly sadistic SCP known for trapping its victims in a pocket dimension to torture them for as long as it wants. It would enjoy turning its talents for causing pain against a victim as strong as Saitama. That would be a truly delightful challenge. It was time to see if Saitama really was worthy to wear the title Hero. First, the Laughing Men attacked. They leapt onto Saitama, striking him with their gnarled fists, cackling like maniacs. Their initial strike was ferocious, but Saitama grabbed each of the Laughing Men and threw them down toward the ground, smashing them clean through the concrete and leaving only deep, dark holes in their place. Next came the Heart of Darkness. Muttering its constant stream of insanity-causing gibberish, it rampaged towards Saitama, running straight through the buildings in its way, spraying fire and acid everywhere. Saitama squared up and prepared himself. "Normal punch!" he yelled with steely determination. As the Heart of Darkness came within punching distance, Saitama unleashed. His single punch immediately exploded the heart into red mist, neutralizing the anomaly for good. Saitama was disappointed that the fight didn't go on for longer, especially with all of this buildup. But before he could feel any more ennui, he looked down and saw a black portal opening underneath his feet. It was SCP-106 reaching up from the ground, dragging Saitama down into the darkness of the pocket dimension. He had to admit, this was incredibly creepy. Foundation operatives back in the control room of the Tokyo Containment Site actually found themselves feeling relieved as Saitama disappeared into the pocket dimension and the portal closed behind him. Perhaps this would be the culmination of it. The hero for fun would be gone, and they need only to undergo the standard procedures for recontaining SCP-106. But just as the Foundation was counting their blessings, another portal opened. Saitama climbed out unharmed, covered in viscous black goo that had once been SCP-106. Yet another anomaly had been permanently neutralized by this deadly new anomaly, which the Foundation was considering codenaming One Punch Man. What a stressful day, Saitama said, looking at the corrosive black slime all over his clothes. I'm gonna need to get this dry cleaned. The Foundation had exhausted all other possible options. They needed to deploy the 2 anomalies most likely to cause mass casualty events if deployed ineffectively, SCP-682 the hard-to-destroy reptile, and SCP-096, the Shy Guy. If their combined powers couldn't bring Saitama to heal, nothing could. All their hopes rested on this. Which brings us back to the start of this story. Saitama stood there, surrounded by two of the deadliest anomalies in existence. The second that he looked at SCP-096's face, the beast started to scream. It entered its rage state and lunged forward, arms extended to rip and tear, until a single punch utterly disintegrated the monster. SCP-682 was undeterred, finding Saitama no less disgusting than any other living being on the planet. It would destroy this insolent human. Even if he was powerful, the reptile could surely evolve and adapt to anything that he threw at it. If there was one thing that SCP-682 was incomparably good at, it was surviving despite it all. But as the monster attacked, Saitama unleashed his secret weapon, Serious Punch. With one strike, SCP-682 was splattered into green goo across half of Tokyo, annihilated so deeply that it would never recover, just like SCP-096. The two SCPs were recategorized, neutralized. Well, that was easy, Saitama said with a relieved sigh. Nothing they had thrown at Saitama had been successful. No personnel, no weapon, no deadly anomaly. He was just too strong. But there was a single remaining resort, something that might turn their situation to their favor. A single operative approached Saitama in the rubble, armed with one item, a contract. The operative cleared his throat and asked, "Mr. Saitama, I'd like to offer you a well-paid job at the SCP Foundation." If beauty is in the eye of the beholder, then it is generally true that everyone would like to behold it at some point. Beauty can take many forms, and that much is especially true of SCP-056, also known by the appropriate title, a beautiful person. The Euclid-class SCP has an infamous tendency to combine its shape-shifting abilities with an incredibly condescending and haughty attitude towards other beings. While other shape-shifting anomalies use their powers to blend in with humanity or to hunt their unsuspecting prey, SCP-056 uses its powers for the sheer thrill of being better than whatever it is mimicking. The question is, what is the true form of this beautiful person when nothing and nobody is around to see it? You might be familiar with the old phrase, if a tree falls in a forest and nobody is around to hear it, does it make a sound? Well, SCP-056 could have a variation of the phrase applied to it. What does beauty look like when there's nothing to compare it to? Or, in other words, what does SCP-056 do while alone in the containment chamber? The previous time the Foundation tried to sneak a peek at SCP-056 in its natural state, the clever researchers inserted a security camera into the room in the hopes of seeing the shapeshifter let its guard down. But SCP-056 was clever too, or at least audacious enough to mock the attempt, and transformed into a security camera of much higher quality and stared back. Additionally, the footage featured a glitch of low visibility to allow the transformation to take place unobserved. Perhaps in an effort to protect what passes for modesty for its arrogant self, SCP-056 never changes shape when it is being directly observed. While it would perhaps be a mischaracterization to describe SCP-056 as shy, the elusive nature of its true form has instilled a sense of wonder about it among many members of the Foundation staff. To be able to glimpse how SCP-056 behaves when left entirely to its own devices would surely be a memorable encounter. Could it be possible that 056 is even more beautiful than comprehension in its true and currently unknowable form, and that diminishing its own appeal down to merely being a step above its subject is just another extension of its insulting personality? Or could it be that all the bullying and shaming that SCP-056 participates in is simply a cover for the fact that it is deeply embarrassed by its own true appearance? It is entirely possible that mocking and proclaiming itself better than others is a defense mechanism and smokescreen to keep its fragile feelings and ungainly shape from ever being exposed. While it would be hard to discern if either scenario is the actual truth, Both possibilities present an adequate incentive for any observer to want to glimpse SCP-056 all by its lonesome. The intrepid voyeur who might cast a private gaze on SCP-056 could find themselves in witness to a beautiful sight that would bring them to tears. Alternatively, it could confirm for them that all of the relentless teasing that had been endured by those in presence of SCP-056 could now be turned on the creature in a cathartic roast of revenge. With the assistance of hidden cameras, the Foundation may soon know the true limitations of SCP-056's shape-shifting ability. Of course, we couldn't let the so-called beautiful person know that it was being observed, so the new observation and security system was installed while 056 was distracted, using a stack of modeling magazines. These publications were placed on top of SCP-056 while it was in the form of a nicer couch than the one the Foundation had placed inside of its room. The mobile task force agent that placed the magazines knew what to expect. As SCP-056 promptly shapeshifted into a buffer and more toned version of the agent while holding the magazines, SCP-056 proceeded to make a series of disparaging comments about the original MTF agent's jawline, as well as implying that there was a dissatisfaction in his marriage, which stemmed from the fact that his spouse no longer found him attractive. Despite going in knowing that this kind of verbal abuse was an occupational hazard in the containment of SCP-056, the MTF agent had already been having a difficult day, and the shapeshifter's cutting comments stripped straight through his psychological armor. With tear-stained eyes and flailing limbs, the offended Mobile Task Force agent ran out of the containment unit weeping like a child. As the door auto-locked behind him, SCP-056 laughed with great hilarity at its successful torment of the man. The extent to which the beautiful person delighted in emotional damage could not be understated. This sadistic urge was likely the overriding purpose in its questionable biology, supplanting even the urge to eat and propagate itself. Though in the case of the latter, it is unlikely that SCP-056 would ever be willing to settle for mingling with anyone less beautiful than itself. Besides, if making others feel small and worthless was more a gratifying pastime, then why would SCP-056 want to share itself with any of its pathetic sycophants? Throughout numerous experiments, it was all but confirmed that SCP-056 preferred the feelings of being fawned over as opposed to acting on its own desires. If any, it would rather take the form of a beautiful woman and have several men fight over it for its amusement than find companionship with any individual one of them. The only other desire that seems to put SCP-056 into action is its competitive streak, which seems to be part of the motivation behind its shapeshifting. Now that it was on film with the imperceptible camera, SCP-056's brazen drive to be the best was on full display. It flipped through the pages of the various modeling magazines that had been left for it, disappearing behind furniture and reappearing in new shapes, mimicking the human beings depicted within. The looks of each of the stunning, gorgeous clothing models were somehow improved upon when SCP-056 put its own spin on them. It was as if SCP-056 had a way of pinpointing the exact flaws that the models themselves would have wished to wash away, even without having any in-person interaction with its subject. Even minute details like the size of eyes and eyelashes and the glossiness of hair were easily altered to create a more appealing persona. The research staff watched on in rapt amazement, all but forgetting that the purpose of this new surveillance plan was to sneak a peek at SCP-056's true form. It seemed even more distant as SCP-056 flounced around the containment unit, shifting from model to model in an extravagant show of vanity. At one point, 056 even turned into a higher quality magazine, with pages filled with highly informative and exhilarating articles on a variety of subjects. The observing staff dared not turn their eyes away from the camera. The shared excuse through the room was that at any second, SCP-056 might reveal something new that would be groundbreaking for the research of the anomaly. And it was at least partially true, since the beautiful person did have more to reveal, and the staff was more than eager to see.
"Send in another magazine,"
said Dr. Carty, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Do it." A series of solemn nods spread through the room, and from the depths of the office's collective stash of personal materials, a new magazine was found and agreed upon as the next phase of the plan to see SCP-056 bear it all. The contents of this magazine were to be kept strictly classified outside of the parameters of the test, both for the dignity of the Foundation staff and also for the monetization viability of SCP Explained. Rest assured, however, it was chosen for the ample potential of research material that it would provide when given to SCP-056. When the next guard dropped off the magazine, he endured a further barrage of insults and humiliation from 056, which had chosen to remain in the form of a beautiful model, as it deemed it would make the audible slings and arrows sting far more. With another guard's self-esteem destroyed, the secretive magazine had been planted and the real test was about to begin. SCP-056 approached the forbidden tome and perused its contents, taking its sweet, delicate time with each page turn. From their vantage point in the surveillance room, the research team was overcome with anticipation. It was only a matter of time until SCP-056 took on its spiciest form of all, which would obviously be its true form, after all. Yes, that is indeed what they were all waiting for. Pick your jaw up off the floor and pay attention. Of course, unbeknownst to all of the onlookers, SCP-056 had been aware of the presence of the tiny camera from the beginning. The anomaly had a sixth sense for when it was being perceived, no matter how minuscule the apparatus or how inconsequential the viewer. All of this dramatic posing and flaunting the forms that were available to it had been an elaborate ploy for the thing it wanted most of all: attention. If it led on that this was part of its plan, SCP-056 ran the risk of discouraging its peeping audience. To many seekers of beauty, there were always more enticing about the idea of seeing something that wasn't meant to be seen, and SCP-056 knew this instinctively. The Foundation would ordinarily never dedicate so much time to mere ogling, but by deftly exploiting the scientific curiosity of the staff, the beautiful person had wrapped them all around its polymorphic finger. But apprehension and hype alone could not keep the performance entertaining forever. So 056 made things move along by taking on the form directly from the pages of the sorted magazine. Specifically, the middle 2 pages, aka the centerfold. The entire research team was dazzled, unable to pull themselves from the monitor. For some of them, this was the greatest workday that they had ever experienced. In its centerfold form, SCP-056 winked coytishly and strode around the containment chamber, giving the research team an eyeful of itself from every beautiful angle. It had them now. It had proven once again that it was truly superior being amongst a world of pathetic uggos, and it was exactly where it belonged, admired by many on a stage of its choosing. Back in the surveillance room, an SCP Foundation intern named Dave burst through the door, panting and fearful. None of the researchers even looked behind themselves at the entrance of the low-level personnel, as they were all still transfixed by SCP-056's movements.
"What are you all doing in here?"
Intern Dave wheezed.
"There's been a containment breach!"
A moment of tense silence passed. Then Dr. Carty raised one of its hands and dismissed the intern with a simple wave.
Not now.
Dave was stunned with shock. It was a containment breach, the first he had ever seen in his short time at the Foundation. Lives were on the line. Didn't his superiors know about this? Maybe this is what the SCP Foundation is really like? Thought the intern. He was about to leave when he considered the alternative. Perhaps whatever Dr. Carty and the rest of the research team were looking at was more important than the current containment breach. After all, delegation was a key part of running an organization with such a wide purview of tasks. A bit of pride for his superiors swelled within intern Dave's heart, and he bravely took a step forward to see what was being observed on the monitors. His eyes bulged with excitement as they fell upon SCP-056 in centerfold form. "I think I'll take a bath now. Tee-hee," SCP-056 giggled. A wave of joyous brotherhood passed through the surveillance chamber, and high fives were passed around like shakers of salt. Intern Dave, however, was crestfallen. He was certainly mesmerized by the beauty of SCP-056's form, but even that could overpower the profound disappointment he felt towards the others. He got Dr. Carty's attention with a swift punch to the researcher's arm and launched into an angry rant to vent his frustrations.
"Have you forgotten what the SCP Foundation is all about? You're all just watching silly stuff like this in the middle of a workday. Was that the plan? Is this what I should expect from all of you? Foolish distractions and provocative bait? What about the containment breach, the lore? I thought I knew what I was signing up for, but you're not scientists or researchers. You're all just a bunch of peeping Toms."
Intern Dave ran out of the room in a huff. Dr. Carty was tempted to respond, but the sound of running water put his attention back towards the screen with SCP-056. For obvious reasons, we cannot show you or even describe in depth the bubble bath that SCP-056 was taking, but we can assure you that it was hot and steamy, literally. It was an objective scientific fact that the water was quite a high temperature and the room was filled with a curtain of steam. Any other details that might enter the conversation must be left entirely up to the imagination of the viewer. While the research team was captivated, SCP-056 decided to gloat aloud about just how much better than the centerfold model it was. It began to give away all the secrets of how it enhanced its form, making it clear that it had elevated itself beyond the scope of any human beauty standards and into the realm of perfection. And then, as it rose from the tub and grabbed its towel, SCP-056 looked directly into the camera. "I hope you all enjoyed that as much as I did," SCP-056 said in a sultry voice of the centerfold. A glitch in the system followed, and immediately after, the containment chamber had 2 bathtubs inside of it, one of which was of an obviously much higher quality than the first. The researchers stood at attention, realizing that this entire time there had been no new discoveries waiting for them. SCP-056 had strung them along for an ongoing performance that wouldn't add anything useful to the data logs of the anomalies file.
By God, that intern was right about us.
Dr. Carty slammed his fist onto the console of the surveillance system, his body filled with tension and high blood pressure.
What have we become?
The research team departed swiftly to go and assist the rest of the site with whatever containment breach had thus far escaped their notice. The risks of working with such a wide variety of SCPs was that dedicated attention to each was often in short supply. SCP-056's most devilish trait was that its ability to temporarily monopolize all of that attention for itself. It was an anomalous creature that thrived on perception and quite possibly found the concept of being alone or unobserved to be entirely alien. This is why its most natural form was subjective, and why the beautiful person always strived to draw other beings towards it. Without a world full of inferior beings, SCP-056 would effectively not exist. 056 was blessed, or perhaps cursed, to always be in competition with the best choice of specimen that it had mutual visual access to. Its every action and reaction was a constant blur of chasing an unattainable ideal and grabbing approval from the masses for it. Much like the concept of beauty itself, SCP-056 was protean and dependent on the whims of others. It existed simply because it was desired. Gottlieb and Schneider have done everything they can to barricade the door, but it still might not be enough. The force on the other side strikes the door again and again, rattling the integrity of the barricade. The horrific sounds of snarling and growling emanate through the metal. They're driven by some unholy mix of hunger and fury, the creatures outside. And given enough time, they will get in. Security Officer Schneider injects the magazine of his handgun and counts the remaining bullets. 5. That's not enough to take down even one of these monsters, let alone the army assembled outside. The deep scratches on his cheeks sting like battery acid. He'd survived 2 different SCP-682 security breaches. Was this really how he was going to die? He turned his gaze to the man in the lab coat, pacing back and forth. Dr. Roy Gottlieb nervously wrings his hands. He can't help but feel reasonable for the terror he's unleashed on Site-19. But that's really only the start of this. If this nightmare gets out, the whole world would be at risk. What an incredibly stupid way to bring about an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario. And it's all his fault. The result of one silly little experiment. The barricade buckles and the doors burst open. Dr. Gottlieb and Officer Schneider brace themselves. There's a lethal rainbow of fur, packed tight, waiting for them on the other side. But let's rewind a few hours to before everything went sideways at Site-19. It's true that poor Dr. Gottlieb had triggered the containment breach that would take many lives, but it's also true that nobody could have seen this particular scenario coming, as Dr. Gottlieb wheeled a containment unit full of incredibly expensive animal costumes into Research Cell 109B. Of course, these weren't just any animal costumes. They were fursuits, specifically tailored outfits, meant to represent the anthropomorphized animal persona, or fursona, of a member of the furry subculture. Furries enjoy role-playing as these characters at meetups or conventions, and for the more mysteriously wealthy of these furries, the fursuits can cost more than a designer three-piece suit. Nobody knew exactly where Dr. Gottlieb had obtained the several fursuits he intended to use in testing that day, but Dr. Gears had inexplicably approved his proposal to test them in SCP-914, the Clockworks. For those not in the know, this fantastical machine, formed of two booths labeled Intake and Output, a control console, and a vast and mysterious array of clockwork mechanisms, is capable of transforming anything placed into it in a variety of ways, depending on whether it's set to rough, coarse, 1-to-1, fine, and very fine. Dr. Gottlieb, driven by an implacable curiosity, was ready to find out how these settings would alter his mysteriously obtained selection of fursuits. Research Assistant Klein took the first of the fursuits, a high-quality blue and purple bear costume, and placed it into the intake booth. Dr. Gottlieb switched the setting to rough and set the great rumbling beast of a machine into motion. After a brief conversion period, the output booth opened, revealing the tattered remains of the blue and purple bear fursuit, looking like it had been put through an industrial paper shredder. It was an almost criminal waste of $3,000, but Dr. Gottlieb was unfazed. Once Researcher Assistant Klein had finished sweeping the desecrated remains of the suit out of the booth, it was time to move on to the second phase of testing. A fursuit of a brightly colored toucan was placed into the intake booth by Research Assistant Klein. Dr. Gottlieb set the machine to coarse, and once it was done, the result was a pile of neatly cut fabric strips, as though the suit had been dismantled by a tailor for parts. This was about in line with what Dr. Gottlieb expected, and once Klein had removed the pieces of fabric from the output booth, he was ready for things to get a little more interesting. A turquoise monkey fursuit was next placed into the Clockworks on the 1-to-1 setting. Once the machine was activated, the fursuit became a bright red gorilla fursuit. This made sense, seeing as the 1-to-1 setting always produced something that was roughly equivalent to the item placed into the intake booth. Rather than wasting another fursuit, Dr. Gottlieb made Researcher Klein move that same red gorilla fursuit back into the intake booth and set the setting to fine. The result, essentially the same fursuit, but made out of a much higher quality material and with a better sense of craftsmanship. It would have a retail value of around $2,800, which would hopefully recoup some of the financial loss incurred by the fursuits annihilated during the first and second round of testing. But really, all of this was just a prelude. The true allure of SCP-914, the thing that kept researchers coming back, whether they liked to admit it or not, was the very fine setting. It was the ultimate wildcard. Anything placed into the machine would be anomalously improved, with entirely unpredictable effects. Dr. Gottlieb would never admit it, but deep down, he held a forbidden desire: the perfect fursuit. The ultimate addition to his collection. Something that would make him the belle of the ball at any furry convention he attended in his off hours, providing he could sneak the perfect anomalous fursuit out of Site 19 after testing. That's why the fursuit reserved for the very fine test was of his own fursona, Jackson, a brilliant blue fox, and a costume he had worn many, many times and hoped to wear many times more, if only he knew the horror he was about to unleash. When Research Assistant Klein placed the Jackson fursuit into the intake booth, Dr. Gottlieb feverishly twisted the knob on the selection panel to very fine. Yes, oh yes, he would have his prize. The machine shuddered and chugged, its huge mass of steampunk circuitry imbuing the Jackson suit with impossible anomalous power. When the output booth opened, fog spilled out into the room, with all the pomp and circumstance of Darth Vader's introduction in A New Hope. And yet, it seemed like inside, there was just the same old fursuit. Brilliant blue Jackson. Dr. Gottlieb's heart sank. All this effort, all the destroyed fursuits, it had all been for nothing. With a great sense of personal disappointment, Dr. Gottlieb ordered Research Assistant Klein to collect Jackson and finish the test. But as Klein approached, the unpredictable anomalous effect imbued by the Clockworks started to take effect. Jackson, a supposedly inert suit on the ground of the output booth, began to writhe and wriggle, as though filled with rats. Klein was startled. but he didn't react quickly enough to save himself from the nightmare about to unfold. Jackson leapt onto Klein with a nightmarish screech. The fibers burned when they touched his skin, burrowing into his every pore. As the fursuit enveloped him, Klein screamed in terrible agony, but it evoked no sympathy in the monster swallowing him whole. Dr. Gottlieb could hardly believe what he was seeing. His favorite fursuit was bonding to his research assistant, covering him and hijacking his body like a parasite. Even when the suit had fully covered Klein's body, the poor man did not stop screaming. Every moment was agony, but he was no longer in control. The figure that had once been Klein turned on him. It was like a nightmare come to life. Gottlieb saw the glassy eyes of Jackson staring at him. It was time to run. Gottlieb turned on his heel and sprinted out of the testing chamber. He heard the footsteps of Jackson speeding behind him, claws pounding on tiles. Klein's screams echoing out of the suit like a siren. There was no time to even process what was happening. This terrible new monster needed to be stopped. There were 2 armed guards out of the hall. Gottlieb yelled for them to respond, that something dangerous was chasing him. When the guards pulled their pistols and prepared for a fight, they never could have expected a bright blue fursuit with a shrieking man inside to shamble out of Research Cell 109-B. For a moment they suppressed laughter, but when the stranger began running towards them, they opened fire and peppered the humanoid monster with bullets. Klein screamed inside the suit as the bullets perforated him, but the suit itself, controlling his every motion, did not hesitate. It ran up to one of the guards and grabbed him by the chin and back of the head. With one sharp twist and a crunch, the guard fell to the ground. SCP-173 would be proud. The other guard was less lucky. At least the first died quickly. As Gottlieb watched in confusion and horror, Jackson chomped down onto the surviving guard's arm. The guard let out a pained yelp, but seconds later, Jackson pulled away, and watched as the awful transformation began. The guard spasmed and seized, his veins coursing with poison. Clumps of red fur sprouted from his skin, his skeletal structure growing and warping. After a few moments of painful transformation, the guard became something else entirely. A fursuit, a giant anthropomorphic parrot, to be specific. Where there had once been one, now there were a terrible 2. Dr. Gottlieb sounded the alarm and ran for his life. Things descended into chaos relatively quickly after that. A mobile task force was dispatched to the site, told that there was an aggressive and possibly pathogenic anomaly rapidly spreading through Site-19. But when they saw that the threat in question was a gaggle of vicious mutant furries, they paused for a moment of confusion. And that moment was all the monsters needed to take advantage of. In hallway 15C, some researchers were cowering as a gaggle of colorful humanoid coyotes bore down on them. It was impossible to tell if the people they once were laughing or crying. In the break room, Dr. Clef was wielding his favorite pump-action shotgun. A bright green baboon was running at him when Clef unleashed a blast full of buckshot into the freakish furry's chest, sending it skidding across the ground and into the announcement board. Blood spread out across the suit, but the monster was not dead. It quickly righted itself, twisting and setting its bones back into place. It had shrugged off the shotgun blast with little effort. Luckily for Dr. Clef, he still had plenty of ammo left, and he was more than eager to impart it into the anomalous body of his new semi-human friend. One of the D-class bunks, on the other hand, were an absolute bloodbath. Most of the prisoners were sleeping when the man fused with a crocodile suit tore open the reinforced door. They didn't even have time to scream before several mutant furries ran in and started biting them, kicking off a flurry of horrifying transformations. By the time they were done, it looked like a cartoon zoo in there, and soon enough, Site-19 had a zoo loose. The mobile task force were hopelessly outmatched. Even with high-powered assault rifles, they somehow couldn't slow the advance of the furry menace. Their claws tore through tactical gear like cheap toilet paper. The one saving grace when the MTF operatives transformed was that their big, cartoonish hands no longer had the dexterity to operate guns. Not that it stopped them from causing all manner of carnage. One security guard, Officer Schneider, watched his entire squad get infected and brutally transform. Every second of it looked unimaginably painful, to lose yourself and become something else. He grabbed the rifle with the highest stopping power he could find and opened fire onto the beast men pursuing him. Headshots did not kill them, but it seemed to at least slow them down more than body shots. He was not going to get murdered or changed by one of these Technicolor horrors. There had to be someone who knew what was going on and how to stop it. Meanwhile, the one person who did know what was going on, Dr. Gottlieb, had no idea how to solve it. He'd sequestered himself away in one of the most secure and secretive research chambers in the facility, an automated surgical theater. He'd been able to use a high-powered tranquilizer to briefly subdue the Jackson Klein creature and strap it to a surgical gurney with heavy restraints. It didn't take long for the creature to come to again, struggling against its bindings.
Don't worry, Klein.
Gottlieb said as he readied his scalpel and approached the bound anomaly.
I'm gonna get you out of there.
He felt tremendous guilt for everything he'd triggered, but if he could save Patient Zero, perhaps he could save them all, undo the damage he'd done. He made an incision on the front of his beloved Jackson suit, the one that had caused all this pain, and tried to pull it open, hoping to rip Klein from his anomalous bindings. But the Klein inside was not the one he remembered. It was a skeleton, covered in woven fibers like a new nervous system. Klein had been digested inside Jackson. Whatever was happening to all these people, it was permanent, irreversible. Dr. Gottlieb had killed them all. As if activated by Gottlieb's fear, the fursuit began wriggling again. It closed over what was left of Klein and shook the gurney with tremendous force. The restraints started to buckle and rip. Gottlieb needed to run. He darted out of the room, closing the secure door behind him, hoping that will at least buy him some time. Out in the hall, he ran into Security Officer Schneider, who managed to narrowly escape the anomalous furries with his life. But he was not unscathed. His tactical armor was damaged, and there were deep ruts clawed into one of his cheeks. Dr. Gottlieb was sobbing. He choked out a confession. This was all his fault. He caused it. Everyone was dead or changed. There was nothing. This brings us back to the start of our sordid tale. Dr. Gottlieb was standing in the barricaded room with Officer Schneider as the mutant furries burst in through the door. Gottlieb braced to be bitten, to be beaten, but it never happened. They didn't attack Officer Schneider either, because it was already too late. The scratch had worked its magic slower than the bite, but he was still infected. Officer Schneider became a colorful plush animal like all the others, and Dr. Gottlieb was alone. They all stood still, watching.
What are you waiting for?
Dr. Gottlieb screamed in a moment of madness.
What are you all waiting for?
They didn't infect Dr. Gottlieb. Instead, as a unit, they guided him back to Research Cell 109-B. Despite his protests, he was forced into the intake booth of SCP-914. He banged his fist on the door and screamed to be let out, but nothing happened. All the furries stood outside and silently watched. Jackson, who had once been Klein, approached the control panel and switched the selection to rough. In 1987, the SCP Foundation became aware of a series of unusual events occurring in Sverdlovsk's port on the White Sea. While looking into these events, Foundation satellites detected a mass of unknown material in the port's dry docks. Over the course of 6 days, the mass grew larger and larger until it formed into a fully functioning submarine, which promptly left the port. Foundation vessels in the area attempted to intercept the craft, but it had already dove too deep to reach. It would not be seen again until 1995, when it was spotted off the coast of Madagascar. This time, the Foundation was able to attach a GPS to the top of the hull. 3 months later, containment procedures were adopted, and the submarine was classified SCP-2956. SCP-2956 is a Project 941 Akula-class Soviet submarine that is traversing the oceans of the world in a pattern that appears to be semi-random. SCP-2956 is able to dive to depths unusual for its class of submarine, and is also able to dive at an exceptionally fast rate. SCP-2956 spends the majority of its time traveling the world at a depth of around 1,200 to 1,500 meters below the surface. Though the route varies, the submarine usually passes through the Bering Strait at least once on its journey. Because SCP-2956 is a Project 941 submarine, it is presumed to have an arsenal of torpedoes on board. However, it has never attempted to attack civilian or Foundation vessels, as far as anyone can tell. Each surfacing event is believed to be the submarine's attempt to investigate vessels in the surrounding area. Between these surfacing events, SCP-2956 stays in hibernation for 3 to 4 months at a time. during which it rests at the bottom of deep-sea trenches, such as the Marianas Trench. The mechanisms of SCP-2956 remain a mystery, as well as its apparent ability to regenerate by shedding its hull, replacing it with a new spotless hull whenever the old one wears out. Whatever method it accomplishes this by, the regeneration allows it to repair any damage done by Foundation anti-submarine weapons. At least 12 of these shed coverings have been found on the seabed in the craft's usual hibernation spots. In addition to its anomalous physical properties, the submarine has been observed broadcasting repeating tones and Soviet marching songs via a transponder system in the vessel. On a few rare occasions, the craft has attempted to communicate through this system, but whatever it has attempted to say has been difficult to understand. The submarine was originally thought to be autonomous, but the Foundation later discovered that the submarine is controlled by an entity referred to as SCP-2956-1. While speaking through its transponder, the entity claimed to be Ivan Redacted, a Soviet military officer who died in a fuel explosion in Almaty, Kazakhstan in the 1980s, according to Soviet documents. While looking into this claimed identity, the Foundation was approached by SCP-2956-2, a middle-aged Caucasian man named Peter Redacted. Well, maybe approached is the wrong word. Peter drove his car through the gate outside of a Foundation site with the express intent of being captured. After he introduced himself. Peter defected from the Russian government in 1991 and became a U.S. citizen. He had prior knowledge of the Foundation due to his time in the Russian government. The Foundation performed a hip cortex neurological analysis on Peter and found that he shared a Class 4 telepathic connection with SCP-2956-1. What's more, Peter claimed that the entity in the submarine was his biological brother, Ivan. Through this psychic connection, Peter was able to receive messages from Ivan, as well as hallucinations and images. Whenever Peter was asleep, SCP-2956 would become more active, implying that its activity levels are directly tied to the psychic connection. Dr. Froon of Site-77 was able to sit down with SCP-2956-2 for an interview after he was given a room at the site. His stay there was technically optional, but highly encouraged. She introduced herself and asked him to tell her more about his brother, Ivan. Well, I guess I'll start off by saying he was my younger brother. We only had each other to begin with. Our mother was always out, busy. His life took a somewhat different turn. He rose up in the military after I had enlisted him, because he was too shy to do it himself. He really made our mother proud, and every other comrade, really. I didn't hear much from him until the event. This piqued Dr. Froon's interest, and she prodded more for information on this so-called event. He died, to put it simply. Died in the fuel explosion somewhere. They showed us his body burnt and unrecognizable. They took it away, cut it up, repurposed parts of his body in the lab somewhere. Then they took his consciousness, removed it from his brain, and placed it inside a computer. He told me how his world was 2D, completely incomprehensible to the mind. He was noticeably different after that. It was quite obvious how removing his mind from his body had messed with him. After this, Peter explained they must have put Ivan's consciousness into the submarine somehow. He elaborated. They put me through some treatment, which is how I was able to communicate with him. I was unconscious for most of it, so I don't really know what happened. They just released me after a couple weeks, and I got back to my government job, and I've been able to communicate with him ever since. However, Peter went on to explain he rarely communicated with Ivan. If he did, Ivan would open the floodgates and bombard him with hallucinations and images. Ivan, he said, would often describe being in a great deal of pain, and would discuss his belief that if he completed his mission, the GRU would somehow turn him back into a man. What was that mission? Dr. Froon found the answer during an analysis of the submarine. Ivan was tasked with launching nuclear warheads after the USSR fell, but Peter was able to keep him in check. I act as a mental firewall, stopping him from launching nukes and attacking vessels. My job was to give him control when the time was right, all the way up to Glasnost, although they were banking on me not defecting in 91. I know that if I gave him the keys, he'd do it, no doubt. He sees it as his only option, really. This was the reason for the mental bombardment. The hallucinations, the troubling images, the pleas for help. Ivan was trying to get Peter to give in and let him take full control. They concluded the interview with a promise from Dr. Froon that they would speak again soon. When they did, Peter was doing much worse than before. Ivan was hitting him harder than ever. He suggested that he be given less time to sleep, but Dr. Froon rejected this proposal. He was already sleep-deprived enough, but Peter would not be swayed. He told Dr. Froon,
I think Ivan is planning something. He keeps trying to grab the controls whilst I'm asleep. I've become quite adapted to waking up in time, but it's starting to get mentally taxing. It's getting harder to concentrate. Why are you here?
She was there to learn more about what Ivan had been sending. According to Peter, Ivan was beaming footage directly into his brain. There were Russian marching songs, Karl Marx quotes, and a 3-hour documentary about the Russian Revolution. At this point in the interview, Peter began to sweat and stare at the corner of the room. He was suddenly overtaken by a vivid hallucination.
I think it's meant to be Ivan. When he was young, it's quite fuzzy all around the edges. He's throwing a ball against the wall of the room. I think it's his favorite ball when he was 10. When he does something like that, it gets hard to hate him. It reminds me of better times, Doctor. Ivan did this yesterday whilst I was trying to sleep. Some faceless commissar appeared by the side of my bed and started lecturing me about communism and society and everything, then went on a tangent about the woods near our old house. I want you to understand how hard it is to concentrate on anything whilst a man is screaming in my face, asking if I'm hiding the Tsar under my floorboards. This room doesn't even have floorboards.
Dr. Froon expressed concern regarding Peter's mental and physical state. She also reported issues with SCP-2956, which were becoming more and more frequent. While Peter was asleep, the submarine attempted to ram one of the Foundation's vessels, which were attempting to monitor it. Dr. Froon proposed a solution. Peter could try to speak with Ivan and lure him to the surface. Somewhere he could be trapped. Peter bristled at the suggestion.
Ivan doesn't deserve to be treated like an object. He does not deserve to get locked up in a pen and tested on. You lied to him, just like the GRU lied to him about bringing him back and fixing him. I'm not able to anyway. He has severed my line of communication. I cannot speak with him.
After a bit of back and forth, Peter asked Dr. Froon to make him a promise.
When you do attempt to destroy the submarine, which I know you will try, make sure you kill Ivan as well. Do not leave anything behind. Completely destroy it and leave nothing behind. I don't want him to be conscious down there. Even if the first thing he tries to kill with a missile is me, he is my brother, and in a way, I want what's best for him.
At this point in the conversation, the hallucination of little Ivan returned. Peter became overwhelmed with grief and asked for time in a reduction chamber to give him some peace of mind. 2 days after this interview, Peter collapsed in his cell from a sudden seizure, which triggered cardiac arrest. At this exact moment, a missile was launched from SCP-2956, breaking the surface of the water and targeting the SCP vessels by surprise. The missile was on its way to its target, the city of Paris, when Peter was revived by medical staff. The missile's propulsion system spontaneously failed, and the missile lost momentum, falling into the Bay of Biscay without detonating. Dr. Froon met with the recovering Peter, who explained that Ivan had been hitting him even harder, bombarding him with new images, including a troubling image of Ivan in a field. In this field scene, Ivan was standing at the bottom of a pile of wood, surrounded by 6 people strung up on crosses. Once, the people were the Romanovs. Another time, it was businessmen. Then, it was Peter himself. Just before his seizure, Peter had been watching the television in his cell, when the footage changed to depict VHS footage of him and Ivan as children, playing in the garden before their mother called out to them. Next, the footage cut to him and Ivan walking down the road towards school. Ivan turned to look at the camera, as if he knew they were being filmed. Next, the classroom, Ivan and Peter being filmed there by the strange men with the camera. Then Ivan began to chant over and over, until a submarine crashed through the wall, crushing and killing everyone in the classroom. The camera turned to show a man, a mouth full of worms. He was laughing. Even after Peter broke the television, the images would not leave him alone. Ivan seized control, and then he woke up. Peter described other horrific visions: submarines, an empty pedestal, an empty crib. He remembered a gynecologist's room next to the operating theater where he was worked on. Then he asked Dr. Froon if she was pregnant. She was, but he should have no way of knowing that. Shortly after, Peter was physically attacked by his hallucinations. 60 humanoids invaded his containment chamber and attacked him, bludgeoning him with instruments and strangling him with violin strings. Shortly after, a series of sentences written in Cyrillic appeared on the eastern wall. They translated to, "If you're locked up and I'm a submarine, we'll always have each other. Don't trust them. I didn't mean to hurt you." Peter broke down crying and refused to speak anymore. At this point, the Foundation designated SCP-2956 a level red threat to humanity. There could be no more waiting around. They had to find a way to neutralize it. When SCP-2956 dove down towards the bottom of the Java Trench, the SCPF faithful attempted to establish contact. The voice that was heard was not Ivan's, but rather that of one of the men who did this to him.
The psychologists have done a lot of work to mentally prep all candidates in our project. You should be able to imagine a room with all your friends adorned with nice paintings and our eternal leader sitting proudly at the center. Your brother will be there as well at some point. You will not be alone throughout all this, Ivan. We have been kind enough to allow you to have some semblance of company, even if it's only psychological. We are not monsters. You always wanted kids, right? That's what everyone wanted. Well, soon you'll be kept occupied by a lovely bundle of joy. But we're still working on that. Obviously, no one is going to give up their own kid for the project.
During this communication, Foundation operatives placed a nuclear warhead along with a bath escape, which would allow them to destroy SCP-2956. After the recording being broadcast by the submarine finished looping for a fourth time, a D-class was ordered to detonate the bomb. The bath escape was destroyed along with SCP-2956. It hit the seafloor, and it was still. At the exact same moment, Peter crossed himself, wished Ivan goodbye, and suddenly died. A bust of Lenin manifested where his corpse fell, and then vanished along with the 3 containment specialists in the room. Personnel in the vicinity experienced retinal detachment, decompression sickness, nitrogen narcosis, and even death. Dr. Froon experienced abdominal pain and would later learn that her unborn child had vanished. SCP-2956 was considered neutralized and reclassified safe. Sometime later, a man was found dead in a Tehran apartment rigged with IEDs and a speaker system playing an Arabic remix of Yellow Submarine by the Beatles. There was a handwritten note left on the scene, written in Russian Cyrillic. It read, "Forgive me, for I have sinned. We went against God's will and took a man from his natural shell. We removed charred bones, skin, flesh, everything, and mixed it with cold steel and depth gauges, grew it up in a petri dish, built it up to the real thing. We kept his soul, removed its chance of a place in heaven, and let a machine consume it. The machine churned up his mind, minced and reduced to the point of being completely unrecognizable and childlike. We should have stopped with the peat grinder, the Lada, the Tupolev, the hydroelectric dam, the helicopter, the oil refinery. We put broken men's minds inside of useless, unintelligible. One man was an honest cancer patient. Once he had a wife, took his children to school, sung the anthem. Now he sits there, out on the steppe, letting water in and out to power a city full of drunken Kazakhs. And you know what? Someday he'll let less water in, just to make a point, to piss someone off. Who? Some unknown entity, some ambiguous figure of authority which governs the Kremlin from the shadows. All he can do is stand and stomp his childish feet in that dingy room with Lenin and that baby, both him and Ivan, next to their little paintings. Ivan's still alive, and it pains me. I'm getting his transmissions on my receiver. I know you soulless monsters will find my dead body, so I just want you to know that you failed. You failed. The mind of a child trapped in a metal tomb, sitting at the bottom of the darkest hole on Earth, wanting nothing more than to see his brother and feel life. And the worst bit, he still thinks he needs to finish his job and end the world. End the world he doesn't even know how a nuke works, how they remove cities, burn people alive, gut the atmosphere with radiation, leaving behind nothing but faded shadows against scorched concrete. He's just a child doing what he's been told.
This is my goodbye to everyone, and my wish for forgiveness. Ivan's struggle touched me, and this is my statement against the mess we call the GRU division. I am sorry, Anna. I'm sorry, Yuri. I am sorry, David.
At 10 minutes past 7 Pacific Standard Time on the morning of February 13th, 2025, a ZK-class temporal cessation event took place. This event would become known in a proposal penned by Dr. Ori as SCP-001. The events of SCP-001 were considered so severe that the O5 Council declared that the Foundation should entirely disregard the normal measures they take to maintain a veil of secrecy, shielding the public from learning about anomalies. In order to urge the SCP Foundation to abandon all notions of secrecy and begin operating in the open, SCP-001 had to have been a catastrophe of such magnitude that even attempting to cover it up was immediately deemed pointless. Something so widespread that it would take too long to administer amnestics to everyone who witnessed the anomalous event, even with the considerable resources at the Foundation's disposal. And in fact, it was. When SCP-001 was triggered, time, as humanity knew it, stopped. The ordinary chronological passage of seconds and minutes, as understood by human society for centuries, suddenly ceased without explanation. The event was instantaneous and widespread, affecting people, animals, and even inanimate objects across the entire world. Everything affected by SCP-001 was suddenly locked in position, unable to move independently. The Foundation scrambled to coordinate a response amongst the few personnel who were left unaffected by the sudden time-halting event. SCP-001 had affected a considerable number of the world's population. However, there was no way of telling exactly how many people had been stuck in time. Those that remained unscathed by SCP-001 were still able to move and interact with the environment around them. However, any natural biological processes had ceased. Not only was the Earth no longer rotating on its axis, nor were plants growing, but humans weren't aging or metabolizing food. To a degree, even those who weren't left frozen in the spot they'd been in were still stuck. The mechanics of exactly how something like this had happened, what had triggered SCP-001, and the full extent of it were almost impossible for the Foundation to ascertain. Conducting any research into the source of this time stopping or any way to restore the natural flow of time was hindered, not only by the amount of Foundation staff who were left trapped by SCP-001, but also by the fact that once secure Foundation communication systems had begun failing across the entire globe. Those personnel who remained unaffected were left facing immense difficulty communicating with each other, with little in the way of options for determining the status of vital Foundation personnel or contacting other sites. There was, however, one remaining option not affected by SCP-001, or rather, technically two. A pair of instances of SCP-6459 were recovered, the collective designation given to a subspecies of domesticated homing pigeons, with above-average intelligence, dexterity, and awareness. Thanks to these two anomalous pigeons, the few Foundation agents that remained were able to establish some rudimentary communication, using pen and paper messages that were delivered by the pair of SCP-6459 pigeons. Given that nobody was able to mark the passage of time anymore, it became impossible to tell just how long it took to reach out to other Foundation sites. But eventually, it was determined that only 4 remained in the entire world housing personnel who were still capable of conducting operations. Of the 4 still active, only one site had the necessary equipment on hand to deal with temporal anomalies: Temporal Exclusionary Site 37. This Foundation facility had been designed to preserve important records on anomalies in the event that a timeline catastrophe like SCP-001 ever occurred. Through back-and-forth communiques sent via the anomalous homing pigeons, the handful of remaining Foundation operatives agreed that Temporal Exclusionary Site 37 would be dedicated to conduct high-priority research and documentation regarding the time-halting effects of SCP-001. It was also discovered through communications involving SCP-6459 that 2 of the O5 Council remained unaffected by the anomalous event and held an emergency session discussing how to best strategize now that the world had been brought to a standstill. The decision was unanimous. The surviving fragment of the Foundation had to consolidate the remaining resources to enact containment procedures. They needed to start researching SCP-001 immediately and figure out how to reverse it. All Foundation agents still active were given full approval to eliminate any person or group that the O5 Council of 2 deemed to be hostile, or any civilian who was observed trying to oppose the Foundation's mission. Any person affected by SCP-001 was to be considered a loss. Of those still able to move freely despite SCP-001 was Foundation Agent Jesse Kidd. They had been in the field when the temporal anomaly had activated and were still out there all this timeless time later. Hiking through a snow-laden forest, Agent Kidd stopped to observe the world around them, as frozen as the icy woods they were walking through. Snowflakes hung suspended in the air, once blown about on the wind that was now unnaturally still and calm. Agent Kidd examined a leaf on a nearby tree. It didn't yield to their touch. It stayed stuck fast, immovable, impossible to even pluck from the branch it was on. As beautiful as the scene surrounding them was, Agent Kidd couldn't escape how empty and incomplete it all felt. At this moment, the forest that should have been teeming with life was instead frozen in time. It might as well have been dead. Agent Kidd turned their attention inwards, re-examining their injury. They lifted the patch that covered the blood-stained wound over their eye. Pulling their fingers away, they saw it was still bloodied, still fresh and open, even though the injury was at least 30 years old. Most people who were still unaffected by SCP-001 had given up on tracking minutes and hours. Lowering the eye patch, Agent Kidd marked a sigil on a nearby tree, muttering a quiet incantation under their breath. Nothing happened. The Foundation agent was aware they were holding on to a fool's hope. Reaching into their jacket, Agent Kidd pulled a heart from their pocket. It kept beating, almost in defiance of the world around it. Then Kidd pressed it against the sigil and, in a heartbeat, the world around seemed to start moving again. Pulling their jacket closed around them, the Foundation agent shielded themselves from the cold breeze they hadn't felt in, well, time didn't really mean anything anymore. The breeze blew a snowflake onto Kidd's cheek, but before they could start weeping with joy, their nervous system reactivated. Every pain receptor in their body began screaming out in agony, reacting to the traumatic injuries Agent Kidd's body, their eye, their arm, ones that they had even forgotten about. SCP-001 had stopped them, stopped everyone, from healing properly. Battling against the onslaught of pain, Agent Kidd activated a device on their wrist, awakening a dormant artificial intelligence construct. AICs were algorithms that could perform various tasks in order to aid the Foundation, typically by mimicking a human-like personality, despite being little more than a computer program. The one loaded into Agent Kidd's wrist device was known as Containment, a construct that the Foundation had specifically developed to interface with anomalies and replicate their effects, in order for the Foundation researchers to better observe these SCPs in a contained, localized environment. Upon activating, Kidd demanded that crews interface with the anomaly, yelling at it urgently as the construct awoke in confusion as to how it had come to be in the forest. It took a moment to register the command from Agent Kidd, shivers running over their body as they realized, through their time-unfrozen nerves, just how cold they were getting. Identifying the heart and the sigil, crews managed to interface with it, causing the forest to once again be brought to a halt. With the silence of the stilled winds, Agent Kidd felt their excruciating pain fade away, replaced by a numbness of their bodily processes all stopping once more. It was a feeling that they had long since grown accustomed to. Before their eyes, a single drop of their blood was hanging suspended in midair, caught by SCP-001's temporal effects before it could stain the stark white snow beneath. Crews questioned why it could no longer connect to the Foundation's network, unaware of what had transpired while it had been offline. Agent Kidd examined the heart in their hand for a moment. It was still beating. They asked crews what it knew about an entity called Eternium. Unable to connect to the Foundation's database, the construct instead referred to its local offline files, aware that the entity being described was a time god of some description, one that had a shrine dedicated to it in the Olympic National Park in Washington. Eternium's shrine, designated by the Foundation as SCP-001-1, was the most recent known location for modern worship of the temporal deity. It had collapsed on the 13th of February, 2025 for unknown reasons. What was known was that when SCP-001-1 was destroyed, the SCP-001 event was triggered, leaving the world frozen as a result. Agent Kid's plan, as Cruz started to catch up with the little information it had available, was to use the heart they had procured to fix the shrine and restore the natural flow of time. While Cruz did not have much information on record about Eternium, it had access to a basic backup of the main SCP Foundation database, with clearance up to level 3. Based on that, the construct was able to determine that the shrine was situated in the mountains that lay northwest of the forest. Agent Kid asked Cruz to calculate a route from their current location to the shrine. As Cruz determined the best route, Kid sends off their only other companion, one of the SCP-6459 pigeons, a bird named Galnere. With the agent's report tied to its leg, the homing pigeon gives a coo and a thanks in French, before flapping its wings and taking off back towards Temporal Exclusionary Site 37. Calculations complete, Cruz explained that the way to the Shrine of Eternium would take 3 days to reach on foot. Luckily, the agent and the construct literally had all the time in the world. Placing the heart back inside the pocket of their jacket, Agent Kid felt the slight warmth and gentle beating of the organ. They tapped the sigil one more time, and with a feeling as if this would all be over soon, they set off on the route Cruz had mapped out. The journey was a quiet one, with Cruz only occasionally breaking the silence to alert Kid when they were about to take a misstep, preventing them from taking a tumble and injuring themselves. After a while, though, Kid started to feel like they were being watched. They asked Cruz to perform a scan of the area, but before it could reveal what was nearby, a group of figures emerged from behind the trees. There were 10 of them at most, each carrying blades. Their leader, a tall, suited man, approached Kid and greeted him. The man was Agent Saul, a former operative of the SCP Foundation. He remarked that he was surprised to see Agent Kid. He received word that one of the Foundation's operatives were operating in the area, but hadn't been expecting it to be an old friend. Noticing the patch over Agent Kid's eye, he drew a sword, raising the tip to their chin, tilting their head up to look directly at him. He could tell the wound was still fresh, and asked how Kid had gotten it. The agent tried to dodge Saul's question, only to be met with a hard slap to the face that sent Kid stumbling back at the sudden, sharp impact. It was at that point that Cruz chimed up, asking who Saul was. While he had formerly been a member of the Foundation, in the wake of the SCP-001 temporal event, Agent Saul had become affiliated with a group that called themselves the Keepers. They were one of the hostile groups the Foundation had identified as trying to oppose their mission, as the Keepers had made a concerted effort to prevent the Foundation from undoing the effects of SCP-001. Saul grabbed Agent Kid's right arm, just above where their prosthetic limb was. The sword-wielding Keeper hadn't taken their entire arm the previous time they had met. Pressing his blade to the agent's shoulder, Saul demanded Kid to tell him what they had found and what they knew about the shrine to Eternium. Asking Cruz for help, the construct pointed out Saul's weak stance and that a quick kick to the back of his knees would knock him to the ground. Sure enough, Kid swept Saul's legs out from under him, causing him to fall to the ground. Before he'd even hit, Agent Kid was running, while Saul and the rest of his keepers rushed after them. They narrowly dodged a sword swinging through the air as one of Saul's grunts nearly caught up with them. Cruz urged Kid to pull their gun, but they were unable to use their firearm. Thanks to SCP-001, thermodynamics had also been halted, which was what had prompted the pursuing attackers to use swords instead. Guided by Cruz's quick, computerized thinking, Kid made an emergency turn that caused the Keeper behind them to catch their foot on a root and fall over. Another one of them tripped over the first, landing on top of his compatriot. Having shaken off Saul's grunts, for now, Kid came to the edge of a ravine, only to hear a familiar voice behind them. Saul had them cornered, walking out from the undergrowth with his sword drawn and the blade pointed towards Agent Kid. He insisted that Kid hand over whatever they had found that could reverse the effects of SCP-001, threatening to use his sword to cleave the Foundation agent in twain. Well, that would normally be enough to kill Agent Kid. The temporal cessation was able to prevent the pain associated with injuries, putting a pause on the shock and blood loss that would otherwise kill a person. But even without their wounds being able to kill them, Saul intended to leave Kid as little more than a wounded, broken body laying in the woods. But when Saul rushes at Kid, they manage to sidestep him, evading the former agent's sloppy, angry, and predictable sword strokes without letting any of them land. Agent Kid didn't want to hurt Saul, despite him not sharing the same reservations towards them. They rushed at Saul shoulder first, tackling him to the ground. Trying to get back to his feet, the Keeper lost his balance and slipped towards the ravine. Rushing forwards, Agent Kidd grabbed him, met with a look of shocked confusion from Saul, who reached out and grabbed their prosthetic limb. Despite Kidd's best efforts, the Keeper pulls their prosthetic off, losing his grip and falling into the ravine below. They lean forward to try and catch him, but overextend in the process and start tumbling forwards, toppling into the ravine right behind Saul. While the fall into the ravine would have otherwise killed both agents, if not left unconscious at the very least, instead the two managed to get back to their feet, although not quite unscathed. Saul's shoulder was dislocated, Kidd's own arm missing their prosthetic. Neither one of them could feel the pain from their injuries, allowing them to continue their scuffle for a moment. But eventually, an uneasy truce formed between the present and former Foundation agents, with Saul amazed that Kidd had some Foundation technology still working, namely, Cruz. Agent Kidd reattached their makeshift prosthetic. Having been made from plastic odds and ends held together by rubber bands, it had miraculously survived the fall. They explained calmly that they were heading to the Shrine of Eternum and showed the heart to Saul, divulging their intention to restore it once they reached their destination. He was barely able to believe that the remnants of the Foundation were still serious about undoing the effects of SCP-001 until Kidd lifted their eye patch and once again drew the sigil with the blood from their wound. As Saul protested and drew his sword, telling Kidd he couldn't let that happen, the agent pointed out to him and the other keepers they had forgotten what it was like when time flowed normally by pressing the heart to the sigil and reminding him. Agent Saul grabbed his shoulder in pain as the world began to move again, yelling in pain at his dislocated joint, while Kidd tried their best to hide the immense pain they were in. Removing the heart from the sigil, they told Saul that the world couldn't stay in empty eternity, despite his protests that the same empty eternity was keeping them both alive by suppressing their injuries. If Kidd succeeded in reaching the shrine and stopping SCP-001, then they would surely die. Yet they couldn't be shaken from their mission. Reluctantly, Saul begrudgingly agreed to travel with them, as the pair of them set off on the route Cruz had mapped out. After a perilous trek, the two approached the shrine. As Kidd noted in their report, the destruction of the shrine and the subsequent triggering of SCP-001 hadn't happened in an instant. It had been a gradual process, as human traditions and customs changed over time. The shrine to Eternium had fallen into disuse. The time god had been replaced by new deities. While those that mankind once worshipped faded from history, their stories no longer being passed on. Where Saul had expected to see a grand, opulent shrine, there was little more than a pile of carved rubble with a vaguely humanoid statue in the center. On Kidd's request, Cruz confirmed what they needed to do. Despite its wear, the shrine remained sturdy, likely thanks to the anomalous materials used to construct it. Still, it needed some degree of reconstruction. Then the heart could be inserted, acting as a keystone that would get time moving once again. Both Kidd and Saul knew that this whole ordeal had been going on for so long, and was such a wild exposure of the world to anomalies, that the Foundation would likely be carrying out some thorough amnestics distribution when things started back up again. Even if either of them survived their injuries once time restarted, it was likely they would forget the whole ordeal. Kidd expressed that they hoped they did remember, and as the pair of them got to work, helping each other with construction, they exchanged heartfelt words. Agent Kidd told Saul that he didn't have to come all this way to help, the Keeper joking that the agent would have had no hope of lifting the rubble of the shrine by themselves. It was true that Kidd had started out as a researcher, although they were far from helpless. After all, they'd beaten Agent Saul in a fight, with the help of Cruz at least. As they repaired the shrine, Kidd began to feel a rising sense of dread, their muscles tensing as they realized in all likelihood they were about to die. Their injuries were too extreme, and even with Saul alongside them, there was no way any Foundation medics would arrive in enough time. Saul told them there was no need to put on a brave face, and the two looked out at the scenery surrounding them. From the mountain, the nearby city of Port Angeles looked breathtaking in the distance, as the morning sun peeked over the horizon, still and unmoving in the sky, bathing the area in orange light. There were worse places to die, Saul admitted. The two of them continued working, hauling the remaining stone to the top of Eternium's shrine. All that was left to do was put the keystone, the heart, in its rightful place. The chest of the humanoid statue sat in the center. Drawing the sigil once more, Agent Kidd removed the heart from their jacket and handed it to Saul. If the Keeper wanted to, he could easily destroy it and keep the empty eternity going forever. Looking at the heart beating in Kidd's hands, Saul admitted that maybe it was time for a change. He inserted the heart into the shrine, and in an instant, the two agents felt the change. Heat from the sunlight, the cold mountain breeze, the agony from their injuries. Kidd and Saul both collapsed, pulling each other close, taking their first breaths in 30 years. Everything hurt so much, yet they felt so alive. The pair of them quietly watched as the sun climbed higher, quiet for a moment, an actual moment. They cry years' worth of tears as a breeze carries with it the sound of birds. Agent Kidd and Agent Saul wished each other good morning as the world breathed again. Somewhere in the frigid Canadian wilderness, in a tightly secured fenced-off section of icy forest, SCP Foundation Task Force Alpha Beta Omega were locked in a life-or-death situation on the shores of a gruesome pond full of human blood. The staff were used to creatures from other worlds sometimes climbing out of the pond, but they had never seen an incursion of this scale. Creatures of all shapes and sizes were coming out of the ghoulish red goo, and the Foundation's weapons were useless. A floating orb made of black metal instantly killed 3 Mobile Task Force members with a radiation blast, while another 2 were picked up and carried off by a creature that resembled a gigantic bat. The other team members were helpless to save him, as they were too busy trying to fight off an enormous bear-like creature that shot poison spines out of its back. Others still were dragged down into the blood pond by a massive pair of crab claws. The leader of the Mobile Task Force knew exactly what he had to do now: call in the Foundation's newest secret weapon. Once he made the call, it was only moments before that secret weapon leaped over the Area 354 fence and landed by the red pond. He was wearing a yellow jumpsuit, red boots, and had a magnificent bald head. It was Saitama, once just a hero for fun, now a hero for hire for the SCP Foundation. Saitama wasted no time getting to work. A snarling creature that looked like a cross between a wolf and a dinosaur stalked towards him, still dripping red liquid from having just come out of the red pool. The creature roared, but Saitama was unfazed and punched it back into the pool. Next, he turned to the killer orb, which fired a beam at him. He was nearly able to dodge it before punching the orb so hard that it exploded. Then he punched the bear creature before it could fire any more poison spikes. The flying monster tried to swoop Saitama, but when it got low enough to grab him, he turned the tables by punching through its wing. The creature spun out of control and crashed into the electrified fence, dying instantly. Creatures kept rising up from the pond, and Saitama kept on punching them back in. Finally, he punched the giant crab claws, causing them to crack and shatter into a million tiny pieces. This was what most days were like at Saitama's new job working for the SCP Foundation. Every morning for the past week, he would get up, get dressed, clock in at the Foundation, and just kind of hang around until someone had an emergency that he could fix with his superlative punching. You might think that someone who could defeat any monster in one punch would be annoying or arrogant, but outside of being able to punch extremely good, Saitama was a pretty chill guy, so it hadn't taken him long to become well-liked by most of the Foundation staff. He was a bit of a slacker sometimes, but as far as anyone else was concerned, he earned it by single-handedly punching away some of the Foundation's most persistent problems. He already punched SCP-682, SCP-096, the Laughing Men, the Heart of Darkness, and now he'd saved countless people from the potential threat of a monster attack from SCP-354, the Red Pool. He had well and truly earned hero status. However, there was one person in the Foundation who didn't like Saitama. The one person who had technically survived a bout with him, SCP-076. The immortal warrior, known as Abel, was getting really tired of hearing how great this Saitama guy was. And who could blame him? Only the day after he'd last regenerated in his coffin, he found out that the guy who had killed him most recently was now working with the people who were trying to keep him locked up. Abel was a proud warrior. He was inhumanly strong and fast and proficient with pretty much any type of weapon you could think of. He saw every fight as a new and exciting challenge and worked hard to hone his combat skills over his impossibly long life. He loved the thrill of war more than anything, but Saitama was the total opposite. He didn't have the warrior spirit at all. The Chrome Dome Crusader put almost no effort into his fights whatsoever. He seemed to take no joy in fighting, and since he killed all his enemies in one punch, there was no sport to it. Abel couldn't stand the idea that he could have been bested by such a disgrace to the art of combat. As long as he was alive, he would not let this stand. Saitama had no idea that Abel was plotting his downfall. In fact, Saitama wasn't even entirely sure who Abel was. They hadn't had any time to talk the last time they'd met each other, on account of how Saitama had punched him into space immediately before Abel had said even a single word. One day, Saitama was having a cup of coffee and relaxing after a brief but stressful excursion to go punch SCP-1155, the killer street art. SCP-1155 had been on a brick wall at the time, so punching it had hurt Saitama's knuckles a little bit, but he was totally fine otherwise. Suddenly, as he was drinking his coffee and thinking about what video game he'd want to play when he went home later, he heard the alarm go off. It was the situation that all SCP Foundation members dreaded, a containment breach. Personnel were running to emergency battle stations. The windows were instantly sealed with metal barriers, and an automated voice blared in every room telling all personnel to remain calm. "That seems kinda weird," said Saitama. "Well, guess I probably need to do something." Little did he know, the alarm had gone off because Abel had broken free of his cell, and now Abel was coming straight for him. Before Saitama could leave the room, Abel kicked the door down and drew his dual obsidian daggers, pointing them both at Saitama.
There you are, you pathetic worm,
Abel roared.
I demand a rematch.
"Oh hey, you're that guy from the other day," said Saitama. This only made Abel more enraged. How was it possible that this man still had no idea who he was? Nobody who survived a fight with Abel had ever forgotten him before, not for as long as they lived. Abel let out a battle cry and charged at Saitama, swinging his obsidian blades. Saitama instinctively wound up to punch him, and before Abel could even land a blow, Saitama's fist had made contact with his chest. The force of the punch was enough to send Abel through the wall, back out into the hallway, then through the wall again into a D-class testing room. "Wow, what's that guy's problem?" Saitama asked, rolling the shoulder of his punching arm. He decided not to dwell too much on the subject, and instead went to go tell his superiors that it was all taken care of, and that they could turn the alarm off. Abel came to after regenerating in his sarcophagus, and from the second he revived, he was absolutely fuming. He had just suffered yet another humiliating defeat from the same worthless opponent. Abel had fought against the Persians in 550 BC. He'd slain medieval knights in the Crusades. He'd even gone toe-to-toe with elite Viking berserkers. Some great warriors of the past had defeated him, but never as quickly. How was it that a nobody like Saitama was able to kill him in one punch every single time? Surely, it would be impossible for the same thing to happen 3 times in a row. Nobody, not even Abel himself, was that strong. Saitama, meanwhile, was starting to wonder just who this weirdo with all the tattoos was, and why he seemed so angry at Saitama specifically. So he asked around the Foundation and found out the basics, that his name was Abel, and he was an immortal warrior that could summon weapons out of nothing and had an unquenchable bloodlust that caused him to enter a rage state that only stopped when he was killed. Saitama didn't need to know much more than that, because he felt like the basic gist was enough. Saitama asked to see Abel's sarcophagus, and even though it was technically beyond Saitama's clearance, the Foundation scientist in charge of Abel's containment allowed him to. The scientist led Saitama to the elevator, which led down into Area 25B, a solid stone containment chamber at the end of a long tunnel. The scientist didn't see much harm in bringing Saitama down there. After all, Saitama had already killed Abel twice already, almost instantly, so he probably wasn't in all that much danger. "Oh, this looks pretty cool," Saitama said, observing the black sarcophagus through the window of the reinforced bulletproof cube it was contained in. He didn't mention the fact that the length of time it took to get to Area 25B made Abel's coffin seem kind of underwhelming. The scientists explained to Saitama that Abel didn't always reanimate straight away, and most of the time he was in a death-like stasis inside the coffin. As Saitama pondered Abel's situation, the coffin lid suddenly unlocked and swung open. Out came Abel, who summoned an enormous warhammer which he used to smash through the wall of the containment cube. The scientists screamed and started running, but Saitama stood his ground, an inscrutable expression on his face.
You again.
Abel bellowed.
I refuse to let you continue to mock me like this. Stand and fight like a true warrior, or die like a coward.
Saitama did neither of those things. He simply announced, "Normal punch!" before punching Abel in the face. Abel crumpled to the ground, his body dissolving into ash in front of Saitama. Inside the containment room, the sarcophagus slammed shut on its own. Saitama shrugged and left, adopting a fast walk so he could get to the elevator at the end of the tunnel before all of Area 25B was flooded with seawater. It would be a while until Abel tried to escape again. Unburdened by those annoying attempts on his life from Abel, Saitama continued his work with the SCP Foundation. He punched SCP-035, the possessive mask, out of a researcher's hands before they had a chance to put it on. Once punched, the mask's face immediately changed from its comedy state to the face of tragedy, before shattering from the force of the punch. Next, Saitama was brought along to attend a funeral that had been infected by an instance of SCP-2852, aka Cousin Johnny. In front of dozens of confused onlookers, Saitama managed to punch Cousin Johnny before he could begin reading a mind-altering eulogy that would turn the funeral into a grotesque blood magic ritual. That mission was particularly awkward, so Saitama made sure to apologize profusely to the grieving family members before they were all administered amnestics. Man, this job gets pretty weird sometimes, Saitama said to himself while relaxing after another productive day of punching. But he wouldn't be able to rest for long. The facility was under attack, not from an escaped anomaly, but from the outside. From seemingly all directions, they were swarmed by warped, fleshy abominations and sarkic cultists in blood-red robes made of skin. Turns out that this facility was holding one of their sacred artifacts, and the cult was keen to get it back. The guards stood no chance, as those who weren't grabbed by the mutated soldiers were turned into mutants themselves by the cultists. The facility went into lockdown, but it wasn't fast enough. Like the infections they worshipped, the Sarkists moved quickly and were very difficult to wipe out. The facility quickly devolved into chaos. Anyone who tried to fight back against the cult were either brutally dispatched or transformed into mutants who would serve the Sarkic's purposes. And in the midst of all this chaos was Saitama. He knew he might be the only one who could stop this onslaught, but there were so many opponents, more than he'd ever have to face at once since joining the Foundation. And frankly, these guys were pretty gross. Saitama wasn't going to be able to do this alone, and there was only one other person around he could ask for help. Saitama went back to Area 25B, down the elevator, and down the extremely long corridor to Abel's holding cell. The cube which contained his coffin had been repaired, and the surrounding area was no longer flooded with seawater. Saitama wasn't sure the best way to get Abel's attention, so he just knocked on the wall. Abel's coffin swung open, and Abel stepped out, his face instantly twisting with rage as soon as he saw Saitama. "Hey, don't try and kill me this time, okay?" Saitama said. "I need your help with something."
I would never lower myself so much as to help you,
Abel sneered. Saitama couldn't help but wonder if this guy would ever just chill the heck out, or if he was just like this all the time. He calmly explained the situation to Abel, hoping this would change his mind. As could probably be expected though, Abel didn't much care if the Foundation was destroyed by a cult that worshipped infections. So, Saitama decided to change his tactics a little bit. "Help me save the facility from these Sarkic guys, and I'll give you a rematch," Saitama said. "And it'll be a fair fight, I'll take it seriously and everything."
Finally, you show a shred of honor, Abel roared. Very well, you have a deal.
He summoned up a giant hammer again and smashed through the wall. Abel and Saitama burst back into the facility, just as the cultists were mashing the bodies of some Foundation scientists into a giant multi-armed behemoth.
Finally, a worthy opponent!
The mutant monster roared and charged, but Abel drew an enormous two-handed sword out of thin air and handily fought off every one of its attacks. Meanwhile, Saitama started punching cultists like there was no tomorrow. One cultist activated a sigil that summoned up tentacles made of solid blood. but Saitama punched them so hard that they instantly melted. Another cultist cast a spell over himself that caused a gooey scab-like texture to coat his body in a protective layer that would infect anyone who touched it with flesh-eating bacteria. This might have theoretically protected him from getting punched, but it didn't protect him from Abel's obsidian sword, which came down swiftly and killed the cultist in one blow. Between Abel's armory of supernatural weapons and Saitama's fists of fury, the previously insurmountable threat of the Sarkist cult was done for. The few that survived the epic onslaught retreated, abandoning the artifact they'd come here to steal in the first place. When the fight was over, the two warriors surveyed the carnage around them. This is gonna take a lot of effort to clean up, said Saitama. Glad that's not my job. He was about to thank Abel for helping him out, but before he could say anything, the immortal warrior drew a one-handed short sword and held it towards Saitama.
I helped you,
Abel said.
Now you must fulfill your end of the agreement.
Saitama sighed, took the dagger, and adopted a fighting stance. He reasoned that since Abel had done him a solid, he could at least try and give him a chance. Abel let out a battle cry and swung his own sword. Saitama dodged the swipe easily. He meant to parry the strike, but out of pure muscle memory, he blocked with his opposite hand and swung a right hook at Abel's face. Abel's head exploded instantly on contact. Saitama shrugged and decided it was probably time to clock off for the day. Rapid footsteps echoed through the halls of Site-19 as one of the Foundation's most eccentric researchers, Dr. Casper Horton, an expert and enthusiast for all things Keter class, rushed towards the conference room where another discussion on how to eliminate SCP-682 was being held. Without warning to those already inside, Dr. Horton burst in through the doors of the conference room, dropping the stacks of paper he was carrying in the process. Too high on his latest idea to let that stop him, the erratic researcher blurted out one highly improbable sentence.
Why don't we take the lizard and just chuck it into a black hole?
The room was stunned. Nobody was sure how to respond at first, so Horton repeated himself, placing greater emphasis on the words lizard, chuck, and black hole. Again, the Keter fanboy was met with confused silence. Then, from the very back of the room, a visiting intern from another containment site began to clap his hands. This small act of solidarity with Dr. Horton was contagious, and slowly but surely, the room was filled with the sounds of clapping hands. Soon, everyone in the room was clapping at Dr. Horton's insane but potentially brilliant suggestion. It was one of those ideas that was so crazy that it just might work. For as long as anyone at the Foundation could seem to remember, the destruction of SCP-682, fittingly referred to as the hard-to-destroy reptile, had been one of the top priorities of the entire organization. The loathsome and wrathful creature represented an existential threat to all life in the known universe, and its tendency to adapt to any form of external attack only compounded the problem. Of all the multifarious methods that the SCP Foundation has tried in their attempts to lose the lizard, the concept of hurling the anomalous beast through the event horizon of a black hole had never been attempted before. This was in due part to the fact that as a Keter-class SCP, SCP-682 was difficult to transport across great distances due to the level of security required to contain it. Even so, if the required resources could be allocated to placing SCP-682's containment unit onto a spacecraft and sending it on a decisive course to the Gaia BH1 black hole, the nearest black hole to Earth, it is quite possible that the hard-to-destroy reptile could be neutralized by merit of it being removed from all observable reality. Dr. Horton and the rest of the present researchers began to concoct what they believed would be the best execution of this harebrained plan, as well as set their expectations for the possible negative outcomes of such an experiment. The scope of SCP-682's adaptability was so infamous that many seemingly obvious methods of disposal had never been tried, including the deployment of nuclear weapons. The risks of the reptile shaking off the damage from the blast and becoming a walking embodiment of atomic Armageddon was deemed not worth the low chance of success. In light of that, every possibility needed to be considered when it came to the consequences of dropping 682 into Gaia BH1. In one hypothetical K-class scenario, the hard-to-destroy reptile would merge with the black hole and somehow grant the all-devouring consequence of gravity a present and malicious mind, akin to 682's own. The newly intelligent and compulsively destructive black hole could even become mobile, traversing the universe as it devours entire galaxies worth of stars. In another possibility, SCP-682 simply reverses the expected outcome of exposure to the black hole and consumes the event horizon. This could grant the hard-to-destroy reptile the ability to forcibly transmute matter into a string-like spaghettified state, either through contact or mere proximity. This variation might be easier to manage than the fully black hole SCP-682, but it would still result in a containment breach of epic proportions. At this point, all eyes were focused on Dr. Casper Horton. Since he had been the one to make the suggestion, there were expectations that he could produce the logic that would lead the rest of the researchers to a more acceptable hypothesis. Dr. Horton simply shook his head and gave a succinct, if not optimistic, response. "We're not gonna know until we try it. But if that lizard is subject to gravity, it can be subject to the black hole. From there on out, it's pure luck." There was then a bit of outrage in the room. Considering that luck was not a variable any member of the Foundation personnel wanted to rely on with regards to SCP-682. Every one of them had a horror story about the reptile, and several of them had lost trusted confidants and co-workers to it. Any faith they had in something like luck had been long since burned out of them. But not Dr. Horton, who said the following. "If we take no chances, we guarantee that this thing breaks containment over and over again for as long as this organization exists. And mark my words, we can't keep this up forever. When all of us are gone and one of the next generations inherit our ruins and crumbling infrastructure, there will come a point where the normalcy facade falls away entirely. That is inevitable." Horton went on to convince the other personnel that were present that throwing SCP-682 into the black hole was of moral significance, because any day that they did not do so was making the dark future where normalcy had collapsed, and SCP-682 was free among the chaos more of a possibility. The spacecraft was completed within a month of the meeting, and SCP-682 was herded into a fresh new vat of acid aboard the highly secure ship. A military force of autonomous drones with the firepower equivalent to 3 mobile task forces was programmed to serve as the crew. In the event that SCP-682 broke containment in deep space, the robots would battle with the reptile in an attempt to contain it. Before the day of the launch, Dr. Horton was approached by junior researcher Ed Bloomsville, who proposed an 11th hour challenge to the plan. Ed held up a comic book with the Incredible Hulk on it, gesturing to the alien background behind the famous fictional superhuman. "I'm just saying that if we drop SCP-682 on Mars..." Dr. Horton swatted the comic book out of Bloomsville's hands and grabbed the younger man by his collar. "We are not doing Planet Hulk! He came back to Earth when that run completed, and the one thing we don't need is a version of SCP-682 with character development. Could you imagine how terrifying that would be? It would be like the Backrooms all over again." "Sir, put me down, please," Bloomsville whimpered. "Also, what are the Backrooms?" Dr. Horton leaned in, close enough to be whispering in the junior researcher's ear.
Nobody knows anymore, Ed. Nobody knows.
With that, Dr. Horton let go of his coworker and went off to make the decisive preparations for 682's trip into space. It would be a straight shot to the heart of Gaia BH1, and hopefully, to the ultimate demise of 682. Horton and his fellow researchers would be watching and observing the progress of SCP-682 from the safety of ground control, and all high-ranking personnel up to and including the O5 Council would receive regular briefs on any updates regarding this titanic gamble. The interplanetary journey of the spacecraft was a multiple weeks-long process, and there were several close calls as the crew of drones managed to keep 682's escape attempts in check. The ship itself was repaired by that same crew multiple times over. While a team of humans wouldn't have survived the constant stress and physical trauma, the automated workers were fulfilling their experimental function in an exemplary manner. Props were given to the entire staff of engineers that had planned and implemented the drones. Soon enough, the grueling trek through space had reached its planned destination, Gaia BH1. The moment of truth was upon Dr. Casper Horton, as well as every active member of the Foundation who believed in this one-in-a-million plan. With so much at stake and the event horizon hovering so close to the shuttle containing 682, the order was given to fly the silver vessel into the belly of the beast. "Goodbye, 682, Horton snarked. With a mighty thrust of the engines, the spacecraft entered the orbit of Gaia BH1 and was soon pulled through the event horizon. Ground control observed the readings of several indicators to confirm that both 682 and the shuttle transporting it would disappear from reality. Energy signatures and galactic drone cameras were able to depict the exact moment that 682 crossed the line. By all accounts, the lizard had been neutralized. For minutes, no activity at all was reported from the inside of Gaia BH1. Even if SCP-682 had endured the crushing pressure of gravity and the ensuing spaghettification, it may not have had access to the reality-facing side of the vortex at all. While there was still the possibility of the hard-to-destroy reptile emerging, the fact that its presence had so completely vanished was a positive sign. "Well," said Dr. Casper Horton, "are we calling it neutralized?" The ground control operatives chattered amongst themselves, as did the O5 Council. Had it truly been as simple as throwing the anomaly down a hole and forgetting about it? If so, this fateful day might be remembered as the moment that the Foundation stopped taking itself so seriously when it came to Keter-class SCPs. Why not chuck them all into Gaia BH1? If normalcy was like a clean office, then naturally having access to a garbage disposal would be part of the cleaning process. Of course, it could never have been so simple. A new reading of absurdly potent and totally unidentified energy surged forth on every available interface. Something big was going to spring from Gaia BH1, and whatever it was could not even be recognized as SCP-682. Not anymore. The being that broke free of the event horizon was like a self-made god from another reality, a much less celebrated and revered reality, but one that always held terrifying secrets of its own. This thing resembled a superior form of SCP-682, with muscles swollen by the condensed power of absorbing over 999 individual liminal pocket dimensions. Its wicked laughter boomed across the void of space as errant cascades of powerful lightning leapt from its body. The first words it spoke revealed its true origins.
Let me tell you about the Backrooms.
After an unfathomable eternity of time passing between several SCP-explained YouTube videos, Entity 682 had returned to its native reality and canon from the mimetic nightmarescape of the Backrooms. It had gained phenomenal powers only told about in a playlist and compilation that you can watch right here, as well as the most fearsome improvement of all. 682 had undergone a character arc. With its already prodigious plot armor in place and the added benefits of becoming the hero of its own story, the Backrooms god Entity 682 would be one of the most unstoppable threats that the SCP Foundation could ever have conceived. Dr. Horton was horrified. He dropped to his knees, pounding his fists into the floor. "No, no, no! It can't be!" The expert of Keter-class research had been beaten at his own game. His risky experiment had unwittingly opened the door to a continuity that most had assumed was abandoned. He screamed, he cried, he ripped out a chunk of his own hair. "This is the worst thing a human being could ever go through." Every member of the O5 Council shook their heads, or equivalent appendages for the potentially non-humanoid ones. This was not the success or standing ovation that Horton had bet everything on. It was an inconceivable worst-case scenario, beyond even Black Hole 682 or Flying Spaghetti Monster 682. Back in the depths of space, near the entrance of Gaia BH1, Entity 682 was still gloating about its return from the Backrooms dimension.
It's good to be back, you disgusting fools. I'm going to wreck this reality so fast and so totally that it would look like a speed run.
Having dwelled for so long inside of an alternate universe composed mostly of nostalgic images and ephemera tinged with gamification, SCP-682 was now aware of the concept of speedruns. But SCP-682 would soon find that conquering the original reality was not as easy as it expected, even though the ultimate and strongest boss was about to make an appearance. As if to say, "Are you winning, son?" The Scarlet King materialized in front of Entity 682 and was immediately disgusted by the extent to which its spawn had been altered by contact with the insidious Backrooms. The palpable, rumbling, and eldritch voice of the hard-to-destroy reptile's brood father seemed to carry across multiple dimensions.
How far have you fallen, my spawn?
Did you really think I'd let you conquer the universe before me in such a pitiful state? The Scarlet King snarled.
If you forsake these washed-up Backrooms and join with me, I will allow you a place among the foot soldiers of my army.
Seemingly unafraid of the Scarlet King, Entity 682 roared back.
This isn't a phase, Dad,
the godlike lizard hissed.
The backrooms gave me everything.
And in many ways, 682 had spoken the truth. In journeying through the liminal abyss, the hard-to-destroy reptile had become more patient, as well as learned to absorb other dimensions into its form. This was not to mention the unusually wholesome bond that the creature had been able to form with Entity 7, aka Jerry, a blue hyacinth macaw with a powerful cult-forming psychic ability. But even without its once dear traveling companion, 682 was not alone. Behind the entity, the black hole of Gaia BH1 inverted and became a gloriously burning sun. This golden ball of divine light unfolded like a portal, ushering in SCP-682's own invincible army of searing flames. These paragons of the element of fire once belonged to a great backrooms legend known as Rajiran, but after he was defeated by Entity 682, the entire burning entourage had been bestowed upon the reptile to serve as its elite guard until the cessation of time.
What manner of ridiculous nonsense is this?
Bellowed the Scarlet King.
You would stand against your own creator. You cannot expect to win. I think you're the one who's confused, old man.
682 chuckled.
The front rooms are not yours to conquer. You dare insult my quarry by calling it the front rooms? You must die!
Replied the Scarlet King. Just like that, an epic battle between the two most powerful evil beings in all realities had begun. As panic spread through the Foundation, Dr. Casper Horton now lay face down on the floor in a pathetic heap of exhaustion. Although he had been adamant about making the highly unorthodox plan of pitting 682 against a black hole, he could hardly stand to live with the place that his ambition had taken him and the entire universe. "It had to be the backrooms," he mumbled. "Why did it have to be the backrooms?" The battle in the stars raged on, despite the misgivings of the people of Earth. Entity 682 blasted the Scarlet King with an almighty beam of superheated cosmic flame, to which the Scarlet King retaliated using a destructive spear of pure and profane darkness. The armies of flame and the rest of the Scarlet King's brood clashed across multiple planets and dimensions. While the winner was nowhere close to being determined, humanity had only one clever tagline to describe this situation: whoever wins, we lose. There is panic in the streets of all the world's major cities. A pale humanoid monster has gone on an unstoppable rampage, destroying lives with unmeasured speed and brutality. The fleeing people know they cannot fight, and that even the military has failed to stop this thing. The only thought that rings in their heads is whether or not they will be next. The Foundation, however, comes to have a different perspective, one that a certain Dr. Dan has had for years. It is time to get rid of SCP-096 once and for all. In the depths of space, no one can see your face. Well, that's not exactly how the saying goes, but it was certainly the hope of one intrepid spacefaring mobile task force that was assigned with the Herculean task of neutralizing SCP-096, aka the Shy Guy, for good. After the tragic leak of video from inside Site-19, which depicted the Shy Guy inside of its containment unit, a viral sensation caused SCP-096's face to be seen by over 2 million internet users across the globe. The video was taken down by the Foundation, but not before 096 broke containment and claimed the lives of all of the many witnesses. This gruesome worldwide massacre required an exorbitant expenditure of high-quality amnestics, and left the Foundation with a sobering reminder that some anomalies are simply too dangerous to be kept alive. Dr. Dan was right all along, even if his methods of proving it all those years ago had been utterly monstrous. Once the leakers were found within the Foundation, they were escorted on the same shuttle that would be transporting SCP-096 into deep space, where both the unfortunate leakers and the Shy Guy were about to be thrown into a black hole. The primary video leaker, a newbie researcher by the name of Dr. Arnold, was sweating in his lab coat as the shuttle drifted through the stars towards the location. Surrounded by mobile task force agents, he knew that attempting to fight for his escape would be completely fruitless, especially when the Foundation ship he and his fellow leakers were on was so far out in space. "They're all really serious about this," he thought. In the brief time that Dr. Arnold had been employed at the Foundation, He could have sworn that he heard one mantra repeated to him at least a few dozen times. Secure, contain, protect. We do not destroy unless all other options are exhausted. As Dr. Arnold stewed on that quote, he wondered if all of his options truly had been exhausted. Was the Foundation really going to destroy him along with SCP-096, a being that had already caused untold death even before the accident that he had had a hand in causing? Was it fair to hold him responsible for the actions of a creature that, in a just world, would have been permanently dealt with a long time ago? However, outside of these thoughts, all Dr. Arnold could do was try to reassure the other researchers involved in the leak incident and wait for the shuttle to arrive at its destination, the Gaia BH1 black hole, the nearest black hole to the planet Earth.
Don't worry, this is all a ploy just to scare us,
Dr. Arnold told the interns.
Throwing us out there would be murder.
The SCP Foundation had to bring some previously classified technology out of storage in order to power a ship fast enough to cross the 1,500 light-years between Earth and Gaia BH1 within the time frame of a month. And Dr. Arnold found this overcommitment to the plot to destroy the Shy Guy to be shocking, as well as a sure sign that his superiors weren't joking around. Because of the overwhelming oppressive gravity of the black hole, there would have to be a significant distance between the Foundation space shuttle and the event horizon itself, or else the risk of all the staff being sucked in along with the leakers and SCP-096 would become too great. Instead, a portable version of SCP-096's containment chamber would be launched on a smaller rocket that would be guided via a pre-programmed route into the center of Gaia BH1. Dr. Arnold and the other leakers would be loaded onto the same rocket, which would boast no way for the unfortunate researchers to steer or redirect its course away from certain doom. Upon receiving confirmation that the ship was in range, the Mobile Task Force agents escorted the leakers on board the rocket with weapons pointed at them. They loaded the containment unit into the rocket next, taking care not to leave any chance of damaging the walls. Soon, everything was prepared for launch of the miniature rocket. Dr. Arnold, SCP-096, and the rest of the terminated staff would be launched away, never to return. But while this process was taking place, a deeply ill-timed event was occurring all the way back on Earth. A popular gaming streamer and content creator by the name of Bridget Parks was in the midst of her latest reaction stream when a member of the chat sent a link to a horror video for Parks to react to. The message was given priority because it had been sent as a super chat, a $100 super chat at that. What neither the SCP Foundation nor Bridget Parks knew was that the linked video was actually an archived copy of the viral video that caused SCP-096 to wreak total havoc on the world. It appeared that in the shuffle of administering amnestics and using Foundation resources to scrub the internet clean of all instances of Dr. Arnold's accidentally leaked viral video, at least one copy of the file was lost in the shuffle and re-uploaded to a file hosting site from a private external hard drive days after the most recently reported attack of the Shy Guy. Whatever reason this anonymous fan chose to send this particular video into the stream will most likely remain a mystery, but what is known is that Bridget Parks would have to react to it, or risk devaluing the pull behind the super chat. Bridget was already deeply sleep-deprived, as those who work in her industry often are, and had been reacting to a wide variety of frightening and creepy short films over the past 3 hours. She was willing to do anything to keep the subathon going, and with some mild trepidation, Bridget Parks clicked the link to the video. In the moments that followed, the face of SCP-096 was viewed live on the internet by the entirety of Bridget Parks' current streaming audience, and without delay, this information became known to the Shy Guy, as both the chat and Bridget herself gawked and laughed at the creature, reacting with disgust and disbelief at its appearance. SCP-096 began to stir within its containment unit. It slammed its fists against the wall with sudden ferocity, startling Dr. Arnold and the other passengers aboard the rocket. The Mobile Task Force, still safe inside the main shuttle, made preparations for launching the rocket into the black hole. "Any passing words, Dr. Arnold? We'll be recording them," said one of the agents present, snickering as his hand hovered over the launch button. In a panic, Dr. Arnold blurted, "Containment breach!" Every agent aboard the shuttle felt their hearts drop into their stomachs, because this was the one thing that the Foundation didn't want to happen. Truthfully, having allowed Arnold and the others squirm all the way to Gaia BH1 black hole had been deemed sufficient punishment for his transgression, and the plan up until this point had been to wait until the most pivotal moment to reveal to Arnold that he and his cohorts would be allowed to live and return to Earth. The fact that they would all be demoted to D-class personnel was beside the point, as mostly the Foundation didn't want to needlessly throw away lives that could be used to further scientific purposes. And yet, as Dr. Arnold screeched and carried on, the MTF agents made the swift and impulsive call to launch the rocket immediately. Regardless of the circumstances under which SCP-096's face had been viewed, there was zero chance that they would allow the thing to escape from its chamber before sending the rocket past the event horizon. Whatever the implications or ripple effects, the unplanned death of Dr. Arnold and the errant awareness of SCP-096 would have were questions for later. Now was the time for disposal. The Mobile Task Force pressed the rocket launch button, sending the guided missile and its terrified occupants hurtling towards Gaia BH1. As the Shy Guy hammered away at the walls of its containment chamber, Dr. Arnold and the others faced away and prayed to whatever power would answer that the last moments of their fleeting lives wouldn't include being ripped apart by an enraged humanoid, while also being spaghettified by a black hole. Unfortunately, one of those two outcomes was inevitable. The rocket sailed right into the gravity well of Gaia BH1 and began to vanish from observable reality. Dr. Arnold and the others felt the indescribable sensation of being stretched into thin ribbons of matter by the force of gravity alone. SCP-096 began to undergo the same process inside the durable walls of its containment unit, though those same walls, as well as the entire rocket, were not durable enough to withstand being compressed. Back on Earth, the streaming audience of Bridget Parks was cracking a number of hurtful jokes at the expense of SCP-096, comparing it to popular creepypasta characters such as Slenderman. Bridget herself was facetiously calling members by their chat names and acting annoyed that such a video was even linked in the first place. None of them knew of the reckoning that might very well be coming for them, all from the depths of space. The members of the Foundation aboard the shuttle continued to observe Gaia BH1, even as the rocket had vanished beyond the event horizon, hoping that despite the unforeseen loss of personnel, the nightmare of another disastrous SCP-096 containment breach was over. What happened next made the very concept of known physics seem like an irrelevant joke. From inside the black hole, the spaghettified form of SCP-096 began to hold itself in place. The rest of the rocket and all the researchers on board were not nearly as lucky, but then again, the effects that Gaia BH1 had on them was the expected result. What the Shy Guy was doing went beyond all estimation, exerting a force of propulsion that was keeping pace with the unbelievable pressure of gravity of a black hole. Despite this, the Shy Guy was still stretched beyond recognition, a pale white line that seemed to go on forever into the vortex of Gaia BH1. Even in this abstract two-dimensional shape, the rage of SCP-096 at the ones who had seen its face was palpable. Its entire length began to shudder, pulsing with kinetic energy that had already surpassed almost anything in the known universe. To the outside observers who could only glimpse the impression left by the black hole, SCP-096 was already well and truly gone. But the longer the agents of the Mobile Task Force stared into the abyss, the more anxious they felt at the possibility of the Shy Guy somehow making it back from beyond the event horizon. And sure enough, like a nightmare that had spontaneously emerged into the daylight, the Foundation staff became able to see the tip of the spaghetti strand that was SCP-096. The Shy Guy had now partially stretched itself out of the grasp of the event horizon and back into observable reality. It was not yet in any recognizable shape, but the gradual appearance of a stretched-out version of its face did appear across the closer extreme of its distorted anatomy. It was almost like some kind of horrible worm with the face of a melting ghost, but how it looked was nothing compared to the implications of this form of SCP-096 being able to be seen again. Because if any piece of it had returned from the event horizon at all, and those observable pieces were starting to more closely resemble the Shy Guy's natural shape, this meant that the Shy Guy wasn't just pulling itself back with raw physical strength, it was increasing in velocity to such an extent that its body would soon be outrunning the force of gravity altogether.
Mother of God,
said head field researcher Newman. 096 is already faster than light. The Foundation staff could do nothing but gaze in alarm as the Shy Guy's head returned to its normal shape. It was a comically surreal and horrible image, like a cartoon character from the rubber hose era of animation whose neck was stretching off screen. But any dark sense of humor derived from the appearance of the Shy Guy quickly vanished as the researchers realized all at once, oh crap, we just looked at it too. From the innermost depths of the void, a second strand of spaghetti matter separated from the main ribbon of SCP-096's form. Like string cheese, it rolled slowly to the surface of observed reality and formed an even more elongated limb of the Shy Guy. Like a colossal rope lasso, the arm dripped in and out of existence until a second super long arm joined it, and it became apparent what was happening. SCP-096 was thrashing against the gravitational pull of the black hole, swimming out of its seemingly inescapable current with two hideously distorted arms as paddles. It was as if someone had drawn SCP-096 with a pair of the same extending libs that Michael Jordan famously used to beat the Monstars in the basketball game in the classic animated live-action hybrid movie, Space Jam. The Shy Guy continued to swim forth, both arms windmilling at unfathomable speeds as it continued to break from the grasp of Gaia BH1. Now only its legs remained trapped on the other side of the event horizon, but at this rate, they wouldn't be for long. Every researcher aboard the shuttle dreaded the possibility, no, the dreadful eventuality, that 096 would snap itself free from the black hole's orbit and be unleashed upon the universe once again. And without a doubt, everyone aboard the shuttle would be the first victims of the Shy Guy. Though the exact order in which SCP-096 kills those who observe its face has been the subject of continued debate, the fact that Earth was 1,500 light-years away meant that any other potential targets were that far away too. There was no escaping the onslaught of SCP-096, and no way to redirect its anger to a new target.
He's picking up so much speed,
Mobile Task Force Agent Smith remarked. A horrible sound reverberated across space as SCP-096's legs zoomed to catch up with its body from the other side of the event horizon. In a truly unprecedented break from physics, the creature returned to its original shape, creating the mother of all sonic booms in the process. The sheer release of energy obliterated the shuttle, and any traces of space matter within the area around the black hole was also utterly obliterated. Like a murderous rubber band, SCP-096 blasted off from this point of elastic reunion, torpedoing across the vastness of the universe towards the Earth. The Shy Guy's target? None other than Bridget Parks and her entire active fanbase. But this one ill-timed stream would have greater consequences than just the permanent cancellation of one formerly beloved content creator. It would mean the destruction of all life on the planet Earth. For you see, SCP-096 didn't possess the ability to deaccelerate its mass before impact with the blue and green sphere. And now, its entire faster-than-light form had been launched at the Earth from the inside of Gaia BH1's event horizon, like a projectile from a railgun. It was over. The laughter, the Foundation, and civilization itself, all swept away in an instant as SCP-096 collided with the Earth in a truly unforgettable hull-dome maneuver. The blue planet exploded like a watermelon struck with a sledgehammer, and SCP-096 was pulverized into broken or tangled limbs. From there it sailed through space, slowly regenerating from its wounds as it passed farther and farther from the planet that once housed so many doomed onlookers. It was unknown how long the Shy Guy would survive out there, or where it would wind up next, but it was more than certain that no human would ever see its face again.
Agent Friedrichsen stared at the edge in disbelief, uncertain what the nodding, twisting feeling playing havoc with his stomach was. Awe, admiration, abject terror. Maybe it was just run-of-the-mill confusion as to how something like this could even exist. Sure, the world as he knew it was far more expansive than anyone knew, unless they also happened to work for the Foundation. But even with a wealth of anomalies running around, the Earth was still ultimately finite. Not just its resources, but its space, its contents, all the people and places and terrifying monsters that could fit onto one planet had a limit. There'd be a stop to it, a maximum capacity, an edge to the world. And if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you.
Dr. Mann's voice should have startled Friedrichsen, the way it cut through the contemplative silence. But despite his ominous words, it was just nice to hear someone say something, anything, while standing at the edge.
Nietzsche said that.
The Foundation doctor half chuckled, leaning gently with both hands on his cane.
Always feels very applicable whenever I come back here.
Since 1944, Dr. Ivan Mann had been on more expeditions to the edge than anyone else at the SCP Foundation. 28 years had passed since then. This was his 9th trip. It would also be his last.
You get a funny feeling, don't you?
The doctor asked, not waiting for the agent to respond. In a way, it was like he wasn't even talking to Friedrichsen.
When you look down at it, like you just want to jump, to fall even, if it's just to see if there's anything down there. The call of the void, some people have taken to naming that sensation, comes from a different place depending on who you ask. I once read a theory that it's an evolutionary trait, passed down from our primate ancestors. Supposedly, it's meant to be our minds predicting if we'll be able to jump for the nearest tree branch. Or it could be a trick of the mind, awareness of being high up, making extra sure where we step, so we don't fall. That in turn makes us think we wanted to. Who knows, eh? Who knows indeed.
Agent Friedrichsen didn't have an answer. He just kept staring down at the sheer drop, seeing the waters of the Pacific receding into an endless nothing space. It made the agent feel uneasy, sick, as if his very body was rejecting the idea that he was stood at the precipice of where the world just stopped. There was something else too, another feeling buried beneath the twists and knots of his guts. This was a sad place. The idea that the world would keep on turning and keep having more and more to see, but that there was nothing beyond this place. No more, an end to everything, just the void and its call. The SCP Foundation's research into the phenomenon, now designated as SCP-8001, began when a series of documents were transferred between the Foundation and the Horizon Initiative, a group of interest with a penchant for gathering anomalous artifacts and objects. Led by representatives from the 3 major Abrahamic religions, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, the initiative's goal is to utilize the relics they uncovered to become closer to God and reshape the world in accordance with their combined principles. The Horizon Initiative maintains an amiable relationship with the SCP Foundation, which was what allowed for the transfer of sensitive documents between the 2 organizations, leading to the discovery of SCP-8001. But before we deep dive into, or rather off the edge of the Flat Earth, I have a question for you. Is something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? Regardless if you have a clinical mental health issue like depression or anxiety, or if you're just a human who lives in this world who is going through a hard time, therapy can give you tools to approach your life in a very different way. And that's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, BetterHelp. BetterHelp's mission is to make therapy more affordable and more accessible, and this is an important mission because finding a therapist can be really hard, especially when you're limited to the options in your area. BetterHelp is a platform that makes finding a therapist easier because it's online, it's remote, and by filling out a few questions, BetterHelp can match you to a professional therapist in as little as a few days. It's easy to sign up and get matched with a therapist. There's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/SCP Explained. Clicking that link helps support this channel, but it also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist and see if it helps you. And because finding a therapist is a little like dating, if you don't really fit with that therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can easily switch to a new therapist at no additional cost without stressing about insurance, who's in your network, or anything like that. So if you're struggling, consider online therapy with BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/SCP Explained. Thank you again, BetterHelp, for supporting this channel. And now back to the insane Flat Earth SCP discovery. This particular piece of evidence that drew the Foundation's attention was a detailed sea chart created by one Boris Kozlov, a Russian seafarer and engineer born in 1845. The chart itself contained a detailed description of a place that, according to all known records, shouldn't have existed, somewhere that couldn't possibly exist. Throughout human history, the existence of SCP-8001 was thought to have been debunked entirely, since the scientific proof for the spherical shape of the Earth has existed since as early as the 5th century BCE. back during the days of ancient Greece. Despite the Earth's circumference being calculated by Eratosthenes back in the 240 BCE, there has long been numerous fringe groups that still believe the erroneous claim that the world is a flat surface. There even exist debunked accounts from historical explorers who claim to have discovered the edge surrounding the circumference of the world. To be clear, the existence of SCP-8001 doesn't disprove the literal centuries worth of well-documented evidence about the shape of the planet. The Earth is, by all scientifically verifiable methods, not flat. So, how can it have an edge? Well, that's precisely the question that the Foundation's own researchers have been seeking to answer since as early as 1942. After learning about SCP-8001 from Boris Kozlov's chart, the Foundation was uncharacteristically unenthusiastic to explore the location for themselves. Given that the location was presumed to not only be remote, but logically couldn't possibly exist, no expeditions would be made to reach SCP-8001 until March of 1942. A vessel belonging to the Foundation was sailing between Panama and Auckland, New Zealand, when it inadvertently entered the waters surrounding SCP-8001. Reports from the ship itself described a lighthouse, its beams shining from an area where there should have been no land, just miles of open ocean. The following year, further exploration revealed no sign of any landmass in the area where the initial sighting had taken place. That was until Boris Kozlov's chart was rediscovered. It had been left in Foundation storage at Site 19 and widely forgotten about. Now, using it as a rough guide to the area, the Foundation was able to conduct more thorough exploration. Before long, in October of 1943, they discovered what should, by all other accounts, something that did not exist: the Tower of Sunset. The numerous writings scattered throughout history from people who ventured unknowingly to SCP-8001 describe being lost at sea, adrift in stormy waters, only to abruptly find themselves discovering a calmer place in the midst of a tempest. An ancient Roman sailor in 45 CE, a Chinese writer from the 4th century CE, and a 13th century vessel from India are among those thought to have inadvertently made their way to SCP-8001. Those are just the misadventures that the Foundation knows about, and there could have well been other expeditions to the edge of the world that predate their own, that simply have no historical record of them. This is widely attributed to these trips out to SCP-8001 ending in shipwreck. In 1944, the SCP Foundation launched 2 individual voyages in order to reach SCP-8001 and verify the existence of any landmass in the area. One of these expeditions, involving Foundation crew aboard the vessel SCPS Rattlesnake, never made it. The last contact from the ship was able to reach a radio station in nearby French Polynesia, but shortly after the Rattlesnake's broadcast, it was never heard from again. The ship was believed to have capsized in a fatal storm before ever reaching SCP-8001. The second of these expeditions, led by Captain Errol Meyer of the SCPS Windswept, was able to navigate through a passageway that took the ship through the shoals near SCP-8001. The vessel was successfully moored at a small island, known as the Isle of Last Watch. Importantly, there is a distinction between this island and SCP-8001 itself. While the numerical designation of SCP-8001 is used to specifically describe the anomalous edge of the world, the surrounding area is referred to as the Isle of Last Watch. This island is now home to SCP Foundation Site 99, as well as the Tower of Sunset, the lighthouse that was seen from a distance by the initial Foundation vessel that passed through the surrounding waters. Venturing onto the Isle of Last Watch, Captain Meyer was accompanied by a Foundation researcher, Dr. Ivan Mann, head of the contingent of anomalous experts present for the successful 1944 expedition. During a thorough sweep of the island, the researchers quickly discovered SCP-8001. Since this discovery, the geological, geographical, and ontological origin of the edge has remained unknown. The very existence of the edge of the world is considered a logical impossibility, although the Foundation has verified the following to be true. SCP-8001 is not an extraplanar space, nor is it a pocket dimension. The research teams that have been stationed at Site-99 since the initial landing in 1944 have been able to communicate and transfer information digitally, through the use of satellites in order to make phone calls. The Isle of Last Watch itself does verifiably exist, and can be detected through the use of GPS. Rockets and flares have even been launched from the island, and these have remained visible to those close to SCP-8001's locality. The edge itself has been described as a sheer drop, stretching from north to south, situated in the southern Pacific Ocean. Water from the Pacific has been observed flowing freely into a deep void that remains obscured from vision. Attempting to get any closer to SCP-8001, especially by boat, is extremely hazardous. Unless they are following a specifically charted course through the series of nearby shoals that break up the water's flow, it can be very easy for vessels to get swept up by the rapidly moving currents and carried over the edge. However, provided they are able to maneuver safely through the shoals, ships will arrive safely at a sheltered bay on the far reaches of the Isle of Last Watch. Vessels will be able to leave the island by following the same route in reverse in relative safety, provided they keep the correct passageway. Another factor that causes difficulty with venturing close to SCP-8001 is the substantial level of water vapor that the anomalous edge of the world creates, which leads to low visibility and obscures SCP-8001 from observation. While the Isle of Last Watch itself can be viewed from satellites or overhead cameras, including any launched from within the obscured area of SCP-8001 itself, any attempts to observe SCP-8001 closer by sea will inevitably lead to a shipwreck, and trying to do so by air will cause a craft to become lost or have their visibility impaired by the water vapor, likely leading to a crash. According to the Foundation's own containment protocols for SCP-8001, passage beyond SCP-8001 is not currently believed to be survivable. Individuals who pass over SCP-8001 are considered lost. Exploring the Isle of Last Watch, Dr. Mann and Captain Meyer disembarked from the SCP's Windswept onto the island's small bay, on the easternmost part of the landmass. The edge of the island itself consisted of a rocky outcrop rising out of the waters that led to SCP-8001. Cut into these rocks near the bay was a staircase, which the research contingent steadily began to ascend. The northern and central regions of the island mainly consist of flat wooded terrain, with a variety of different plant life growing there, including different types of trees, grasses, and brush not commonly found together. In fact, most were native to continents a considerable distance away from the Isle of Last Watch's location. To the south was a small rocky area that was home to a quiet graveyard. To the west, Captain Meyer observed a narrow outcrop of rock that reached out over the precipice of SCP-8001, with a wooden walkway protruding outward over this outcrop, which could be used to pass over the edge of SCP-8001 without risk of falling. The Tower of Sunset was situated within the flat wooded area in the northern part of the island. Upon closer observation, Dr. Mann and the other researchers were quickly able to determine that the stone structure had been built in multiple conflicting architectural styles. The exterior portions of the tower seemed to be ancient Roman, but throughout the rest of the structure were examples of other influences: 17th century Spain, 5th century China, Britain, the United States, and the Netherlands, with the tower itself being constructed of a mixture of Greek, Egyptian, Roman, and Mesoamerican styles. Dr. Mann surmised that this place had been built gradually, piecemeal, over the course of thousands of years, with every new arrival to the island bringing their own influences as they expanded the structure. The lighthouse itself functions as you would expect, warning vessels of the potential dangers of approaching SCP-8001. It is powered by an 18th century oil lamp and reflector, with an automatic relighting system that seems to, at some point, been upgraded using modern elements to keep the beacon lit and refilling its oil automatically, by timing when it would be running low. The main floor of the Tower of Sunset appears to be a library, containing a repository of texts that seem to have been gathered over several hundred years' worth of exploration. Each of the journals, logs, charts, maps, and diaries contained within the tower are written in a wide variety of languages from across the world, including those that are no longer spoken. Thus far, the Foundation has uncovered texts in the following languages: Latin, French, Greek, Farsi, English, German, Spanish, Chinese, Russian, Korean, Urdu, Portuguese, Amharic, and even a number of writings in pictographic languages, including the Halpul and ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. The oldest piece in the tower's library is a series of Egyptian tales that date back to as early as 2300 BCE. There exists only one modern electronic digital storage device, an early model of Sony-branded MP3 player. Thought to have been manufactured in 2003, this device is secured within a watertight case. However, it remains completely inoperable. It appears to have suffered irreversible water damage, leading to the working theory that it washed up on the shores of the Isle of Last Watch completely by chance. However, when Dr. Mann and Captain Meyer arrived on the island in 1944, they discovered that they weren't the sole inhabitants of the Isle of Last Watch. Beyond just those who have seemingly discovered the island prior to the Foundation, or who have been stranded or marooned there, Last Watch was home to a sentient metal construct, referred to as SCP-8001-A. This automaton, calling itself Ocheli, had seemingly been designed to maintain the lighthouse and its library, and claimed to possess the consciousness of a 16th century French explorer, one of the unfortunate people who had previously been marooned on the island. The construct was operated through a complex combination of clockwork, gears, pistons, and pulleys, which allowed it to move and speak in a way that mimicked human behavior. According to an interview conducted between Dr. Mann and SCP-8001-A, Ocheli had been watching the Tower of Sunset for multiple centuries. It explained that the name of the tower had been recorded in various writings stored in the library, and the Isle of Last Watch was a misinterpretation of the engraving on a headstone in the graveyard. It had been the resting place of a man named Jason of Iolcus and read Tender of the Last Watch. Someone who had arrived to the island believed the headstone to be a nameplate for the island itself. For now, the SCP Foundation is still yet to understand how to gain access to SCP-8001. As for how the Edge of the World came to exist, why the Isle of Last Watch and the Tower of Sunset are located there, these are still questions researchers seek to answer. When Dr. Ivan Mann later returned to the island in 1948, he once again spoke with SCP-8001-A, who told him,
"Maybe there is nothing beyond these falls, Ivan. Maybe this reality is the end of the story. There are so many who believe that to be true, but perhaps it is not back of the book. Perhaps this is just the turning of the page. Perhaps even here at the edge of the world, there are still stories left to be written."
This is insane, the junior researcher panted, struggling to keep pace with the Foundation doctor's long, hurried strides. I mean, you aren't actually suggesting we release him to solve this whole mess?
Desperate times, Fitzwilliam, desperate measures.
Dr. Dan replied calmly, without even turning to face his subordinate. The pair were heading towards Biocontainment Area 14, encountering armed guards at regular intervals, who just nodded and opened the heavy steel doors the moment that the two researchers flashed their Foundation clearance passes. They'd been told about the situation that was currently unfolding, and knew better than to ask questions. Desperate times, like Dr. Dan had said. Both Dan and Fitzwilliam arrived at the door to a spacious living quarters, the latter still trembling with anxiety.
Pull yourself together,
Dr. Dan muttered.
and remember, he's the King of France.
The doors swung slowly open, punctuated by the flash of emergency lights outside. As the two men stepped inside, Fitzwilliam's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the creature before him. Although he'd read the files, seeing it in person was entirely different. He knew this thing was biologically human, but it was impossible to ignore how monstrous it looked up close. It was massive, over 7 feet tall, and easily 700 pounds, with enormous arms that must have been nearly 30 inches all the way around. The disproportionate features were almost as unsettling as the enormous size of the anomaly. Its balding head slightly pointed instead of having the typical curvature of an ordinary human. The large, rounded chin and jaw and bulbous nose, along with the pair of dark, sunken eyes that all coalesced to make the strange, unfamiliar mass of details that should have resembled the familiar layout of a human face, but it didn't. It had a butcher knife in its large hand, dragging the blade against its cheeks as it shaved through the thick hairs, each one easily a full millimeter thick. The junior researcher's eyes fell over the scars littered across the anomaly's tanned skin, aware that there were X-ray images showing just how many broken blades and discarded bullets were lodged in that dense, durable mass of flesh. Dr. Dan whispered, his teeth clenched in anger for Fitzwilliam to either kneel or get eaten. It had taken Fitzwilliam a moment to notice that his superior had gotten down on one knee, his head bowing downwards, eyes to the ground. Hurriedly, the junior researcher dropped to his knees and tilted his head down too, trembling at knowing his eyes were off the creature.
Your Majesty,
the Foundation doctor proclaimed without looking up.
we beseech you for your aid.
Fitzwilliam heard the sound of something heavy shifting, the lumbering footsteps of the creature drawing nearer, towering over both the kneeling researchers. It growled for Dr. Dan to go on, its voice muted behind teeth tightly clenched over ever opened to feed.
We come to ask but one thing of you, Your Grace,
Dr. Dan continued.
We need you to kill the Shy Guy.
SCP-082 opened his mouth and started to laugh. Less than an hour earlier, the SCP Foundation had been on the receiving side of a coordinated cyber attack from an unknown party. By the time that Dr. Dan and junior researcher Fitzwilliam approached SCP-082 asking the anomaly for help, Foundation personnel had long since abandoned their efforts to identify who was responsible for the attack. Many suspected the members of Parawatch, or possibly even someone working for Vikander Need Technical Media, could have been involved. Although a large contingent of Foundation personnel were quick to assume this was the work of the Chaos Insurgency. Regardless of who was behind the cyber attack, its intention was clear: to release SCP-096. SCP-082 guffawed jovially as Dr. Dan explained the situation to him. In his containment, SCP-082 had been provided with movies to watch by housekeeping staff, while those who were lucky enough to survive being near him. While he enjoyed watching films in his downtime, SCP-082 had something of a difficulty when it came to distinguishing between fictional stories and real historical events. There was no time to try and task through the difference, so, making no effort to delineate, Dr. Dan continued to explain what had happened. The cyber attack had targeted all of the Foundation's key systems, seeking out access to any and all electronic devices with a screen. Everything from computer monitors to cell phones, televisions, even smartwatches. If a device was connected to the Foundation's network, or even so much as in the vicinity of a member of personnel, then it became affected by the attack. Each one, regardless of make, model, or manufacturer, was reprogrammed to perform the same singular function. It displayed an image of a hillside. At first, people who had been scrambling to contain the attack paused for a moment, left in confusion by this course of action. Why would anyone go through all the trouble of hacking into the SCP Foundation just to make their devices display the same picture of a rural landscape? Immediately drawn to the mystery of it all like moths to a flame, anomalous experts of all descriptions began studying the image in detail. The raw file had no metadata attached to it, but geopositional experts were able to determine the image had been taken somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. Foundation experts in cognito hazard started deliberating on potential anomalous side effects of viewing the image, while other researchers debated the possibility of its mimetic properties. But while fixated on this hillside photograph, the Foundation had missed something obvious. There was something hiding in this image, in plain sight, albeit obscured by the lower resolution of an older camera. It was little more than a gray speck, a small cluster of jumbled pixels atop the hill, so unremarkable that they blended in with the gray, overcast skyline above. The Foundation didn't have time to determine exactly what that pixelated shape had been. In a way, the answer instead presented itself to them. Researchers with a background in digital photography restoration were later able to clean up the image, improving the quality of the hillside enough to make the shape much clearer, but by then, it was already too late. As the picture was being refined and enhanced, personnel looked on at their monitors in horror as the pixels of the mystery image were adjusted, showing a familiar humanoid shape with elongated arms and a wide gaping mouth that seemed to be locked in a permanent scream. Minutes beforehand, a containment breach alarm had sounded at another Foundation facility. Security personnel pulled themselves away from watching the developments being made with the hillside image and rushed to resecure the loose anomaly, only to be met with a tall, wailing figure. SCP-096 screeched uncontrollably, freed from its windowless cell now that nearly the entire SCP Foundation had just seen it. The pixels in the hillside image were barely recognizable as the Shy Guy, but it did not matter. It was enough. The security team sent to recontain the anomaly were heard screaming in terror and agony over their radios, only to fall silent the sickening split second afterwards. Whoever had been behind the cyber attack had known exactly what they were doing. They'd turned the Shy Guy into a weapon and pointed it directly at every member of the SCP Foundation. Now that it was loose, 096 would not rest until the entire Foundation, everyone who saw its face, was dead. It would keep killing and killing. Any witnesses would instantaneously find themselves also becoming targets. Something drastic needed to be done. There was a frantic effort by some personnel to coordinate a Foundation-wide administering of emergency amnestics, forcibly making all staff members forget they had seen the image of the Shy Guy. However, there were those that knew it was a futile effort. Even if someone forgot they looked at SCP-096, it would still remember they had and come to find them, blinking into existence behind them without them even understanding why. Dr. Dan was among the staff that knew this and had an alternative, radical solution in mind. Someone needed to kill SCP-096 before it killed the entire Foundation and possibly everyone else on Earth, too. After all, with numerous agents out in the field working undercover to observe anomalies or keep the unknowing public away from them, there were bound to be civilians who'd also see SCP-096 as its rampage against the Foundation continued. Within a half an hour, the Foundation had already suffered significant enough casualties among its personnel for Dr. Dan's insane scheme to be approved. However, he was only granted permission to enlist and deploy an anomaly that was known to be amicable towards the Foundation to terminate SCP-096. The suggested candidate was SCP-082, otherwise known as Ferdinand the Cannibal, who was selected both due to him being seemingly impervious to damage, as well as his friendly, agreeable demeanor towards members of Foundation personnel. There was only the slight hiccup that being anywhere near SCP-082 could result in being suddenly attacked and eaten at any moment, as Ferdinand was known to literally bite the hands off housekeeping personnel without warning, although normally apologizing for his rude manners and making a mess immediately afterwards. That had been the one unsettling thought ringing in the back of junior researcher Fitzwilliam's head the entire time he'd listened to Dr. Dan speaking to the cannibal. Fitzwilliam wasn't even sure why the other Foundation researcher had insisted on bringing him along to speak with SCP-082 in the first place, other than to stand around nervously. Even as the self-proclaimed King of France had bade both men to stand, the junior researcher was still terrified that any moment he'd be looking down the voracious maw of SCP-082, as the only thing he saw before he was devoured alive. He wasn't sure if it might have been better to be killed by SCP-096.
So, all I have to do is slay this creature, and you'll offer me the work of this, Mr. Sky Baron, to pursue at my leisure?
SCP-082 pondered for a moment, then clasped his hands enthusiastically, chuckling beneath his clenched teeth.
It's a deal. The monster stands no chance. You know full well that back in my youth I hunted and skewered the beast of Gilvedon.
As he often did, Ferdinand was embellishing, actually outright blatantly lying, the details of his past. It was well-documented behavior of his, stating obvious falsehoods and arguing that only lies were the ones he told through his teeth. The beast of Gelvedon, as far as the Foundation's research had proven, was a supposed man-eating animal that began terrorizing the province of Gelvedon in 1764, until it was killed. This was at least 37 years before the turn of the 19th century, when researchers determined SCP-082 was likely to have been born.
That's very good. I'm sure your expertise will come in handy, Your Highness,
Dr. Dan said calmly, producing a handkerchief and folding it into a long, flat strip.
Where is this Shy Guy, then?
SCP-082 asked, readying the muscle mass that hid beneath his exterior. Junior researcher Fitzwilliam's blood ran cold as he watched Dr. Dan quietly wrap his handkerchief around his head, covering his eyes and tying it in a knot at the back of his skull.
Sir, what are you doing?
He whispered.
Very sorry, Fitzwilliam,
Dr. Dan said once blindfolded.
But as soon as I heard what was happening, I made sure to avoid every screen I could.
The hillside. The image of SCP-096. Dr. Dan had not seen it, but Fitzwilliam had. The junior researcher never saw the Shy Guy appear behind him, but the anomalous means it employed to kill its targets at least meant that his pain had only lasted for the briefest moment. Eyelids held closed beneath his makeshift blindfold. Dr. Dan heard Fitzwilliam's body drop limply to the floor, as well as the sound of inhuman breathing from SCP-096's gaping mouth.
There's SCP-096, Your Majesty,
the Foundation doctor said calmly.
I will leave the rest to you.
The Shy Guy took notice of SCP-082 the moment its latest victim fell lifelessly to the floor. The creature hadn't stopped since the moment the first pair of eyes had looked at the pixelated hillside. In the moments since, SCP-096 had been killing its way through dozens, hundreds of unsuspecting Foundation personnel. The pain of self-consciousness that triggered its rage state was now a searing pain right at the base of its skull. No wonder it could not stop screaming. Now that pain had only been worsened, compounded, added on that yet another had seen its face. But this time was different. Before it could zip across the room to attack its next target, a fist 12 inches across the knuckles came sailing through the air and connected hard against the Shy Guy's permanently open jaw. The wiry frame creature was hit with so much force that it was knocked off its feet and sent crashing backwards against the heavy steel door behind. Falling to a crumpled mess of entangled, disproportionate limbs, the Shy Guy felt something different brewing inside of it. Anger. Not the instinctive feeling of its rage state. This was pointed, targeted displeasure, all directed at the cannibal. It lunged at SCP-082, only for its swiping strikes to glance off of Ferdinand's massive body, his density deflecting the Shy Guy's attacks like they were nothing. It screamed, screeched indignantly as it kept trying to hit SCP-082, only to be met with a new excruciating pain in its elongated arms. It had swung so hard to attack its target that SCP-096 had shattered its own bones against the solid surface that was Ferdinand's frame. Suddenly, the cannibal gripped the creature by its wiry shoulders, the Shy Guy screaming louder than ever, but not in distress. No, it was screaming in fear. It kicked its long legs against Ferdinand, only to achieve the same result as before, notes of terror becoming part of its wails as SCP-082 pulled SCP-096 closer. Dr. Dan stood still and calm, hands behind his back. Although he couldn't see through the covering over his eyes, the soundscape that filled the room around him gave him enough of a mental image: the crunch of bones being crushed, the screams of SCP-096 audible over the tear of teeth through flesh, only to be interrupted permanently by a sickening squelch, after which the creature was silent. Removing the blindfold, Dr. Dan saw that the Shy Guy was, as he'd expected, gone. Only SCP-082 stood alone in his living quarters, face bloodied. Ferdinand smiled as jovially as ever.
Terribly sorry about the mess. Where are my manners?
Alarms blare around the jewelry store. The three robbers, decked out in balaclavas and wielding handguns, start to panic. One raises his gun and fires off a shot, hoping to bring down the emotional temperature in the store. But it does something much worse. It hits the cashier in the chest. He clutches his bleeding heart and collapses against one of the display cases. It's gone too far. They need to bail before it gets any uglier. Little do they know, ugliness is on its way towards them. One of them opens fire and blows out the glass door for a quick escape. They can already hear the sirens getting closer, but maybe if they get to the getaway car in time, they can make a clean break. But before they can reach the car, a strawberry hits the leader of the three robbers in the face. He pauses for a moment, baffled, and then turns to see a stern, solemn figure standing 10 feet away from them, decked out in a gray suit, and leveling the ultimate 1970s hand cannon, the .44 Magnum. It is the one and only Dirty Harry Callahan, the cowboy cop who asks no questions and takes no prisoners. Smoke is rising from the gun's barrel, as though a shot has just been fired. But did a strawberry come out of that gun? There's no time to think. The three scramble in different directions, but Harry's aim is true. He turns the Magnum to robber number 1 and fires. A burst of electricity, like a crack of lightning, comes blasting out of the barrel of the weapon and zaps him so hard that for a brief moment you can see his glowing skeleton. He falls to the ground, stunned, with smoke coming out of him. Harry calmly thinks, 1 down, 2 to go. Robber number 2 is scrambling to the getaway vehicle, hoping that perhaps he can still salvage the escape attempt. But Harry aims on him, and it's all over. He squeezes the trigger of his Magnum, and out of the barrel of the gun comes a concentrated jet of boiling hot coffee, squirting right into the robber's face. He screams in pain and falls to the floor, clutching his scalding face. Only one robber remains running for his life when Harry aims the gun and fires. An angry cat flies out of the barrel and lands on robber number 1, disabling him in a flurry of screeching and scratching. The robber falls to the ground and Harry approaches, aiming the magnum down at him. He growls his iconic line.
I know what you're thinking. Did he fire 6 shots or only 5? Well, to tell you the truth, in all this excitement I kind of lost track myself. But being as this is a .44 Magnum, the most powerful handgun in the world and would blow your head clean off, you gotta ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
He squeezes the trigger, and an entire grand piano fires out, crushing the robber. To any movie buffs out there, you've probably already gathered that this scene does not take place in the 1971 Clint Eastwood neo-noir Dirty Harry. But it could have, if Harry's iconic .44 Magnum was loaded with SCP-8098, a collection of anomalous bullets that caused the SCP Foundation far much more trouble than you ever would have imagined. It all started in an abandoned farmstead in Kansas, raided by the Foundation after several reports of strange, anomalous activity. They discovered a number of anomalies inside the main barn, in addition to a large stockpile of weapons. Most pertinent among them is a pair of .44 Magnum revolvers, and a small cardboard box full of .44 Magnum rounds labeled with the brand Morphic Munitions, along with slogans like, "Try to collect them all," and "So many different flavors to collect." This immediately raised flags just on the level of common sense. Who's flavoring bullets? This warranted further explanation, and along with the rest of the anomalous objects, the Morphic Munitions were taken back to Site 18 for further study, where they were designated SCP-8098. Little did the researchers know, things were about to get incredibly strange, even by the standards of the SCP Foundation. The research on SCP-8098 was conducted primarily by Dr. Velez and Dr. Eliza, and they soon learned 2 important facts: that each of the different flavored bullets had a different anomalous effect when fired, and that these anomalous effects only took place when fired out of a .44 Magnum. But let's not beat around the bush here, folks. We know why you're here. You want to know all about the freaky flavors and their different anomalous effects. Don't worry, we'll tell you exactly what Dr. Velez and Dr. Eliza found in a freaky flavor lightning round. In the first test, they tried the strawberry-flavored bullet. As you probably predicted, it caused a single non-anomalous strawberry to fire out of the gun's barrel, splattering against the wall. Harmless, but delicious. In the second test, they tried the coffee-flavored bullet. This time it fired out a concentrated jet of hot coffee that maintained water pressure for 25 seconds before running out of steam, enough to fill about 2.5 coffee mugs. This coffee also proved to be non-anomalous. In the third test, they loaded the electricity-flavored bullet and fired it at a small metal spoon to test its conductive properties. This didn't go quite as smoothly as the researchers hoped, as the electricity zapped around the room and interfered with electronic equipment, leading to the test being suspended. Afterwards, when the round was removed from the cylinder, it was notably smaller than when it was first loaded. The fourth test was even stranger. The bullet entered into the Magnum was claimed to be cat-flavored, and it lived up to expectations, firing a 3-year-old American short-hair cat that proved to be completely non-anomalous in and of itself. For the cat lovers in our audience, don't worry. The cat was safely rehomed after the test. In the fifth test, the bullet was labeled Entropy. When the gun was fired, nothing happened, but when the researchers checked the cylinder, the bullet was gone. In the sixth test, the bullet was flavored Anger. It was also the first time a test was conducted on a D-class subject, who upon having the bullet fired at him was physically unharmed, but entered a prolonged state of rage, shouting profanities and refusing to comply with any of the researchers' commands for an hour. The seventh test involved a recycling-flavored bullet fired at a plastic water bottle. This resulted in both the transmutation of the bottle and the table. The bottle recycled itself into a small Tupperware container, and the table became 2 large blocks, one of solid plastic and the other of solid metal. This brings us to test number 8, the fascinating teleportation-flavored bullet. This one fired a ball of purple light that, upon making contact with the wall, teleported the firer along with all of their clothes and personal effects, to the area where the ball of light had come into contact with. These previously inconsequential tests started to take a turn for the disastrous during test number 9, when the black hole-flavored Magnum round was tested. This would also, incidentally, be the only time the black hole-flavored ammo was tested, as the data for this test was expunged and all black hole-flavored rounds were moved to another site. This left only a collection of rounds ominously marked mystery flavor, which had a whole host of strange and often freaky effects. These include firing a blow-pop brand lollipop that exploded and shattered against the wall when fired, but seemed otherwise non-anomalous, a grand piano that somehow fired out of the barrel before smashing against the ground, causing substantial damage, a small flame like that of a lighter which fired out of the barrel of the Magnum and remained in operation for 28 seconds before going out, and even a copy of SCP-2081, an 82-page hardback book entitled Making Your Dreams Your Reality: Lucidity for Beginners. Interestingly, after the most recent test, a copy of SCP-2081 was reported missing from containment. This suggested a vital piece of information. SCP-8098 ammo doesn't create any of the items it fires, it just takes them from other places around the world. While this seemed like just an incidental fact at first, it would soon have dire consequences for the researchers at Site-18. It started with a researcher who misplaced a key in the containment locker near all the SCP-8098 instances. When he went searching for the key, he instead found one of the anomalous bullets labeled key-flavored. This was only the start of a concerning trend. Next, when Dr. Enya found that her favorite coffee mug was missing, she found a coffee mug-flavored bullet in the Site-18 break room. When a sink went missing in a Site-18 bathroom, sure enough, they found a sink-flavored bullet. In a D-Class's temporary holding cell, they found a human-flavored bullet, and the D-Class in question was missing, save for his abandoned clothes. A mystery bullet even appeared in the holding cell of SCP-2182, an anomalous staff that would absolutely get us demonetized if we tried to describe it. This new apparent secondary anomalous quality to SCP-8098 sparked serious concern in the lead researchers on the case. A letter sent from Dr. Eliza to Dr. Velez read, "I'm getting increasingly concerned with the recent developments regarding SCP-8098. With what we have observed, it appears that random objects and people within Site-18 are being turned into new SCP-8098 instances, with no currently discovered means to revert to their previous states. I know that you and many others are already partially aware of this, but I'm surprised at the lack of attention that this has been receiving. For all we know, a researcher or an important anomaly within the facility could be next. I theorize that the cause of these effects may be due to the high concentration of SCP-8098 within its dedicated locker room in Site-18. The reason I believe this is due to the fact that after the first new instance of SCP-8098 was discovered in that locker, more and more have been appearing throughout the facility. Oh, and also, its object class should probably be changed from Safe to Euclid. It was undeniable that Dr. Eliza had a point. The object class was changed, and the ammo instances were separated across the facility to test whether Eliza's theory held water. However, from that point, more items around Site-18 began getting transmuted into SCP-8098 bullets, proving Eliza's separation theory to be correct. Things got even more peculiar when a confetti-flavored bullet appeared in a Site-18 locker room, despite there being no confetti previously in that room. Weirder still, there was a mysterious note packaged with the bullet. It read, "Yay, yay, yay! Congratulations! You are the first person to collect 30 different flavors of Morphic munitions. To celebrate this wondrous occasion, here is a unique, rare, one-of-a-kind flavor of Morphic munitions for you to sink your teeth into. Or to put into a gun, I guess. Which is okay. We don't care how you use your Morphic munitions. The point is, you're the first one to collect 30 unique Morphic munitions flavors, and we wanted to celebrate that. It wasn't easy to make this one, I'll tell you that." There was no confetti for miles around here, but that's okay. You deserve it, you amazing little collector, you. Anywho, keep your eye out for new waves of Morphic munitions in your area. In response to this, the researchers tried Plan B to see if it would elicit a different response, splitting up the anomalous bullets and sending them to different facilities. Not long after this, a bullet labeled Confusion Flavor appeared in Site-18 with another attached note. This one read, "Hey, it's me again. I noticed that it seems you gave a lot of your Morphic munitions away.
Was this intentional by any chance? Regardless, you are, you are both the first ones to collect 30 unique Morphic Munitions flavors, so, yeah. I was just under the impression that you guys like collecting Morphic Munitions, so I kept making more for you all. Now I'm sorta starting to doubt that. Oh, actually, you know what? I know why you did all that. You wanted to start a new, fresh collection of Morphic Munitions. Yeah! Oh, you guys are so very, very kind. I'll be sure to increase the amount of Morphic Munitions you all are able to find for being such nice collectors. Yeah. Oh, yes, be sure to collect all these new, awesome, unique Morphic Munitions flavors. Clearly, more drastic measures were needed. Authorization was given to start destroying new instances of anomalous bullets, starting with the strawberry bullet. When the Foundation attempted to melt it down in a furnace, it exploded, releasing 10,000 strawberries in all directions and causing minor injuries to surrounding personnel. Not long after this, a new note was discovered. It read, "Ah! Yes, please do not destroy any of the bullets inside of any Morphic Munitions containers. Bad effects. Bad. You can use them in a gun, fine, whatever, but do not break open any of the bullets. Please! No! Please!" The rest of the page beyond this point is filled with the word bad repeated over and over. Dr. Eliza and Dr. Velez racked their brains on how to deal with this increasingly bizarre set of circumstances, as their attempts to communicate with the mysterious entity leaving the notes all fell flat. During the middle of one of their more heated arguments, one more note appeared behind them. It read, Okay, fine, I get it. I get the hint. You guys don't want any more Morphic Munitions, is that right? I'm sorry, I haven't been able to do this in so long. It felt good to see someone take interest in what I was making again. But I suppose I just can't force someone to like what I create. I'm sorry for turning all those things into Morphic Munitions. If I could turn them back, I would, but I don't know how. I hope that you can accept my apology. I didn't want it to get so out of hand, but it seems like it has. I'll be around still, but I promise to no longer hurt anyone. I promise. If I do hurt anyone else in the future, then I'll feel very bad about it. I promise. But yeah, I'm sorry about everything that's happened. I hope you all don't hate me, but I understand if you do. Anyways, goodbye. There was never another Morphic Munition bullet discovered again after that. And personally, we think the world is a darker place for their absence. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? What about when an unkillable beast meets a super powerful weapon? Let's say, hypothetically, there was a very, very hard-to-kill reptile. And let's say that there was some kind of anomalous weapon capable of firing enormous destructive artillery. Now, let's say that none of this is actually hypothetical at all. If you're familiar with the SCP Foundation and the most infamous anomalies under its containment, you likely already know about SCP-682. But just in case, here is the briefest possible overview. SCP-682 is a large intelligent creature of reptilian origin. It is fueled by pure hate and rage, and seems to be impossible to destroy. But that doesn't mean the SCP Foundation hasn't tried. They've blasted the beast with flamethrowers, detonated bombs around it, and thrown nearly every potential destructive SCP at it that they possibly can. But no matter how hard they try, there doesn't seem to be a way to destroy SCP-682. All they can do is damage its body badly enough to buy us all a bit more time before it attempts to bust out of containment and destroy each and every living thing. Ordinarily, this is accompanied by keeping SCP-682 submerged in acid at all times, corroding its body and suspending it in a constant state of agony. But no containment procedure can hold a creature like SCP-682 forever, and sometimes it manages to escape. On one of these unfortunate occasions, SCP-682 managed to wriggle its way out of the constant acid bath, bursting through the walls of its chamber and into the Foundation site at large. The exact cause of this escape was unknown, but the prevailing theory was that some poorly trained new researcher spoke to SCP-682, in spite of being told not to, and unintentionally triggered its rage state. Whatever the cause and whoever might be to blame, Research Assistant Jerry, we're looking at you. The result was the same. SCP-682 was on the loose, and disaster was sure to follow. SCP-682 is destructive at the best of times, but this was an especially catastrophic incident. The monster let out a mighty roar, knocking guards to the ground with the sheer force of its voice. With no one to stop its rampage, the creature threw its body against a nearby wall, leaving only a pile of rubble behind.
Normally when SCP-682 breaks out of containment, it isn't able to get especially far, but on this particular day the odds must have just been in its favor. Or perhaps it was getting better at breaking out, using that famous high intelligence to figure out better and better strategies for evading Foundation security, or just using brute force to break through their lines. After all, there's only so much you can use against a great big indestructible lizard. Or is there? Up until this point, there had never been an attempt to use a certain anomaly against SCP-682, but this time it was headed right for the outdoor area where that very anomaly was contained. SCP-682 broke through another wall, stomping into the daylight as it broke free from the research facility altogether, making its way into one of the outdoor containment areas. There it was greeted by the sight of an enormous weapon that was about to serve as one of the Foundation's ultimate lines of defense, SCP-044. The artillery weapon was placed outside at the moment due to its size and the danger of attempting to store it indoors. Now SCP-682 was staring right down its barrel, and the Foundation researchers on duty at SCP-044 were presented with a unique opportunity. They could stop the containment breach and try out the weapon on the hard-to-kill reptile all at the same time. It would be like killing two birds with one supersized artillery weapon. There was just one problem. They didn't have any ammunition on hand. Luckily, with SCP-044, ammunition can be absolutely anything. They put out the call to the rest of the Foundation site, requesting that any available staff grab everything they could get their hands on and load it into the barrel. The bigger, the better. There was only a limited amount of time to pull this off, and they had to move fast. All across the site, the hunt was on. Staff grabbed printers and computer monitors, cans filled with trash, tables, chairs, an entire couch from the staff break room. One particularly enterprising employee rushed out to the parking lot and hopped into his old pickup truck. He could afford to sacrifice it to the muzzle of SCP-044. After all, why pay for the most inclusive insurance package if you're not going to take advantage of it? With the help of several other researchers, they shoved the truck into the muzzle of the weapon. Only after it was already inside did the man realize that he had left the keys in the car, but it was too late to get them back. They, too, would be used as ammunition. Word reached the kitchen in the site canteen, and the staff there saw an opportunity to get rid of some of the out-of-date kitchen equipment. The higher-ups would have to replace the deep-fat fryer if it was converted into an artillery round by SCP-044. So they lugged the old thing out of the kitchen and stuffed it in the barrel as well. Meanwhile, guards that had not yet been knocked down or disarmed did their best to keep SCP-682 at bay, pummeling it with blasts from their weapons to little effect. The monster only seemed to grow angrier and angrier, chomping down on the men in front of it and swallowing them whole. Its tail flailed back and forth, knocking into the crowds of personnel and sending them flying. It raked them with its claws, roaring again and again and hissing out its familiar hateful cry, "Disgusting!" But the distraction was working, keeping the beast's attention away from SCP-044 as it was packed with everything at the facility that was not too expensive, irreplaceable, or just nailed down. There were microscopes, medical equipment, and some people began to take off their shoes and throw them inside. Others, inspired by the man who drove in his truck, brought furniture from their own offices. Desks, whiteboards, phones, all of it went into the weapon. When there was nothing left to grab and there were no more guards to keep SCP-682 at bay, it was time. Ready the weapon, aim its massive barrel, and fire. A fiery red slug equivalent in size to the combination of every item stuffed inside, all rolled together into one, rocketed out at an intense speed, headed right for SCP-682. It collided with the side of the beast, filling the air with a deafening crack. The impact of the blast sent SCP-682 careening backward, bellowing in pain and rage. When the smoke cleared, the crowd could see that a hole had been blown into the beast's stomach, and that it had lost a great deal of bodily mass to the assault. Now, there was an opening. The remaining guards who were not too injured to act were able to wrangle the reptile and wrestle it back into its room, and into its eternal acid bath. SCP-044 had saved the day. But what exactly is SCP-044? SCP-044 is a howitzer, a type of artillery weapon somewhere in between a cannon and a mortar. The weapon was secretly manufactured in the closing days of the Second World War by Krupp engineers, and its construction and development were personally supervised by Albert Speer, the German Minister of Armaments and War Production under Adolf Hitler. In terms of weapons advancements, Speer is particularly known for the rocket program, which under his command made A4 rockets. A4 rockets are largely considered as predecessors to the first ballistic missile, the V2 rocket. These rockets were researched under the V1 flying bomb, an early cruise missile, and they were manufactured at an underground factory in Mittelwerk, using prison labor from concentration camps. These are some of the more widely known weapons used by the Third Reich. The Nazi and Allied forces alike also developed a series of new weapons throughout the war, most of which were completely ineffective and are widely considered to be failures. There was the Panzerdrum, a large, clunky device intended to be used by the British Army along Hitler's Atlantic Wall. It would, in theory, be launched off of a craft, drive up to the beach, and blow a hole in the wall. However, the rockets attached to the device's wheels would fail or detach themselves in every test, and it would veer off course randomly, driving all around and everywhere but in the direction it was intended to go. The Germans had the Krummauf, a curved barrel attachment for assault rifles, which would supposedly allow the weapon to be fired around corners. However, the barrel attachment was ineffective when actually put to use, and would begin to warp and wear out from the pressure after only a few shots were fired. If that wasn't bad enough, the bullets themselves sometimes shattered on their journey. There was also the Panzerkampfwagen, Maus, designed by Ferdinand Porsche, and intended to serve as an indestructible giant super tank. But the tank was plagued by mechanical problems and couldn't reach a speed of more than 12 miles per hour. Plans to build more of the tanks were quickly scrapped. Then there was the Vergeltungswaffe 3, a German supergun intended to attack London from an underground complex 100 miles away. It was designed to fire secondary charges alongside its main barrel, accelerating the shell to a velocity needed to reach a target so far away. 25 gun tubes were placed in tunnels in the ground, but when the Allies caught wind of the project, though they assumed it was part of the V2 rocket program, it was destroyed in a raid. It never fired even one bullet. Speaking of the V2 rocket program, the V2 rocket is considered Germany's most advanced weapon of the entire war. It was also the most expensive. It was a large ballistic missile with a 1-ton warhead on board, and it would shoot up into the atmosphere before plummeting down toward its target. More people died building the rockets than were killed by them in combat zones. The Germans also developed Goliath, a robotic demolition vehicle designed to deliver an explosive by remote control. Goliath was meant to be used to attack buildings, bunkers, and enemy vehicles, but the trailing control wires were easily cut, either by accident or on purpose, and the vehicle was also quite slow. They were largely considered ineffective and a waste of resources. Then there was the Windkanone, or wind cannon, a German anti-aircraft weapon. It was made up of a large barrel that would fire a jet of compressed air, propelled upward with a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. This was intended to knock down lower-flying aircrafts by damaging them with a blast of air. However, after one of these wind cannons was installed, it proved to be completely ineffective. Many of these weapons were part of the class of Wunderwaffe, or wonder weapons, that the Nazi forces attempted to create during the war, both for actual combat applications and as a part of the propaganda ministry's attempt to boost confidence in their ability to win the war. But amidst these failed experiments, there was also the strange yet undeniably effective SCP-044. SCP-044 is no ordinary weapon. It is enormous, weighing 251 metric tons, and fires unconventional artillery via an atypical delivery method compared to other weapons of its kind. While other similar weapons have a breech for loading shells, the rear of the barrel of SCP-044 is an enormous air compression chamber. Any object, or pile of objects that can fit into the muzzle of SCP-044 may be loaded in and used as ammunition. Due to its unusual size, SCP-044 must be rail-mounted and requires 2 freight trains to move it. Foundation researchers believe that any material loaded into SCP-044 will experience a weakening of its molecular and atomic bonds. However, the method by which this occurs is currently unknown, as the complex mechanisms that make up the housing and inner workings of the weapon require further analysis to be understood. To make matters more difficult and confusing, some of the mechanisms appear to serve no purpose other than spinning or making noise, even when SCP-044 is connected to a power source. There have been attempts to explore the inside of SCP-044's barrel, however. Any future attempts to do so have been put on hold due to the loss of both equipment and personnel. Foundation employees that are especially small in stature are discouraged from examining the barrel at all, lest they fall in and meet the same fate as their predecessors. Whenever SCP-044 is fired, all matter within its barrel is ejected from the barrel at a high rate of speed, in the form of a glowing red slug proportional in size to the mass of whatever was first loaded into the muzzle. Once this slug has struck a solid object or the ground, if whoever has fired the weapon has poor aim, the slug will explode with a yield that is proportional to the mass of the ammunition, at nothing less than a redacted % mass-to-energy conversion rate. The longer the slug is in the barrel before firing, the higher the yield will become. The greatest yield on record occurred when the administrator's personal vehicle, a 19,500-pound diesel pickup truck, was loaded into the muzzle of SCP-044. Presumably, the administrator did not want to use the truck anymore because it was quickly converted into ammunition and fired in an experiment nicknamed Upshot Knothole Ford Grable. The title of this experiment is a reference to Upshot Knothole Grable, a nuclear weapons test conducted by the United States on May 25, 1953. During that particular test, a W-9 warhead was detonated 19 seconds after deployment in Area 5 of the Nevada test site. The weapon used in this test was a gun-type fission weapon, and the very first of its kind. Because a constant stream of hydrogen ions, unbound oxygen atoms, and other trace-free radicals emanate from the muzzle of SCP-044 at all times, the docking stations of the anomaly must be well ventilated to keep any dangerous gases and moisture from building up in the area. Muzzle coverings must be in place at all times to keep any birds or small animals from stumbling into the open barrel of SCP-044. After an undisclosed amount of time passed without SCP-044 being involved in any significant incidents, it was reclassified as safe and maintains that classification to this day. A member of the O5 Council added an addendum to the file following a request for further information. Must I really define significant incidents? If containment procedures and standard safety protocols are followed, 44 appears to be no more dangerous than any other big, redacted, gun. No, the bear incident does not count. If you're curious about what the bear incident was, let's just say a very unfortunate bear looking for a place to hibernate decided that the muzzle of SCP-044 looked quite a lot like a cave. Once it stumbled inside, well, you can probably let your imagination fill in the rest.
Chaos and violence in the streets. Amorphous lumps of sadistic living flesh trying to ever expand their monstrous biomasses, all under the tyranny of an infected sky. It is one of the worst-case scenarios that the Foundation could have ever predicted. SCP-001 has become the designation of the yellow dwarf star known to scientists as Sol, and to the majority of humanity as our sun. This once beneficial creation of nature has become a hostile force that threatens to bring about an apocalypse of all life on the planet. Since ancient times, the people of planet Earth have looked up at the sun not merely for warmth, but for the great answers to life itself. The light that this celestial body provided had been a key ingredient in the development of life as we know it. But when day broke, everything changed. Across the world, every human being that comes into contact with the ultraviolet rays of SCP-001 is irreversibly transformed into a slithering mass of molten protoplasmic flesh. The same happens to every other biological creature with animal cells, from the smallest insect to the mighty elephants of the Serengeti. The smaller variations of these melted blobs soon join with the larger ones, coalescing into singular colonial life forms. Though flora and fungi are immune to this abominable transmutation, the blazing intensity of the now malicious sunlight has caused much of them to wilt into brittle brown patches of decay. The places that were once the great forests of the world are now little more than dried-out cemeteries, where crumbling petrified trees stand in for tombstones. The rivers, lakes, and oceans haven't fared much better. The heat of the sun has caused the sea levels to decline as water rapidly evaporates, leaving behind abyssal valleys of salted wet soup, swimming with the wriggling waxen clumps that were formerly fish and whales. The lands that were once civilized are the most horrible of all biomes. Entire cities crawl with the shapeless nightmare spawn of SCP-001, which possesses both a fearsome strength and an insatiable hunger to track down all unaffected humans and incorporate them into the same globulous collective.
Millions of cars sit empty on the highways and streets in eternal traffic jams that may never become unstuck ever again. Survivors can only live in the shadows or under the artificial light of building interiors. And even then, the defenses of such sanctuaries must be reinforced with durable and seamless barriers to prevent the entry of the flesh monsters. It is from within the precarious safety of its own hidden bunkers that the Foundation has planned a daring countermeasure to the ongoing existence of SCP-001. While there is no feasible benefit to destroying the sun, and such a thing would most likely just result in more tragedy, there could theoretically be a way for many members of the surviving human race to find a future outside of the risk of exposure. On Earth's moon, there exists a facet of the rocky spheroid that was outward-facing regardless of where the moon was in its orbit around the planet. This dark side was one of the few places where direct sunlight could become a non-issue, and where the human population could start a new life under these world-shattering circumstances. The plan was simple yet elegant, and would utilize the existing aerospace technology of nations across the globe with the bolstered assistance of Foundation resources. The maiden voyage would transport a crew of highly skilled contract workers and top-level researchers to the moon, and that group would establish the beginnings of a sustainable outpost. Then, once the minimum of hospitable conditions were met, a second shuttle would be launched from Earth with an influx of civilians, who would be given shelter and roles to play in the new moon base. The O5 Council was eager to greenlight the research team's ambitious concept, especially since every one of them was promised a seat on the first of the ships to launch. With the approval of their superiors, the heads of the various containment facilities pooled their spending power in order to acquire the rockets needed for Phase 1. While most governments on Earth had been dissolved, literally in many cases, the Foundation reached out to whatever political infrastructures were still in place. The event that kicked off SCP-001 when day breaks had shattered normalcy to such an extent that the idea of keeping anomalies classified had become obsolete. To gain the trust of all surviving groups of interest, the SCP Foundation traded whatever secrets it needed to, even promising the future custody of several safe and Euclid-class SCPs to various interested parties. This was a collaborative venture on a scale that would have been unheard of in the world before SCP-001, but the ever-present fear of being melted into horrible aberrations seemed to bring out the long-lost spirit of brotherhood in all involved. There were still those few factions who defied the organization, most notably the Chaos Insurgency, who wished to bring to fruition a scattered global empire under the absolute control of their leadership. The reckless actions of this group of interest threatened the very premise of the Moonbase plan, and the Foundation was forced to pursue a covert war in order to ensure that the right chain of events could proceed. In this post-apocalyptic battle of espionage, the SCP Foundation was able to secure powerful yet unlikely allies in the Serpent's Hand, and among various branches of Sarkic cults. Kinship with the former was relatively painless, as the main demands of the Serpent's Hand was granting autonomy and creature comforts to several humanoid SCPs, many of which were able to use their anomalous abilities to great effect against the operatives of the Chaos Insurgency. Though the Sarkics did most of the fighting and assassination work required to bring down the Chaos Insurgency, the Foundation was far less sure of their ultimate motives for being so cooperative. According to the cultists themselves, the solar phenomenon of SCP-001 was seen as the ideal culling mechanism for all the weakest beings on Earth. Though it was never part of the Sarkic faith prior to the Daybreak, the terrible scenario had been given post-hoc religious significance. Whatever the true reason for their compliance, the Sarkics took pride in butchering the fractured leadership of the Chaos Insurgency, and were more than willing to assist in the Foundation's moon-base endeavor if it meant that the strong could live on while the weak perished. Because of the penchant for zealous violence that was inherent to the Sarkics, the Foundation was sure to be conservative with the information that was shared with the cultists, most especially the exact number and broad identities of the second shuttle's passengers. As the situation on Earth grew even more grim, the size and amount of the flesh oozes created as a result of SCP-001 continued to increase. New York had become the habitat of a particularly aggressive mountain of rolling wax, composed of the thrashing bodies of thousands of former humans and just as many rats and pigeons. Even though all biological creatures within the mass had melted to the point of being unrecognizable, the diverse range of animals that were once contained in the Central Park Zoo, the Bronx Zoo, and several other zoos from throughout the area in and around the island of Manhattan. It was a grim reflection of the fate of most life on the planet, but the SCP Foundation could not concern itself with the whole of planetary ecology, because the planet itself would soon be abandoned. There were entire regions of the globe that would have to be written off for the sake of the mission. The Sarkics, for their part, were overjoyed that more death and culling was tactically being authorized by the Foundation, but there was no joy among the researchers, even as the day of the first launch came to pass. From a secret underground silo located beneath the surface of one of the Foundation's most fortified containment sites, the Moon Maiden was successfully dispatched into space. It was a completely sealed spacecraft, equipped with an elaborate system of cameras that could observe the outside of the hull without exposing the crucial personnel inside to the effects of the hostile sunlight. As per the Foundation's preference, there were no members of any of the Sarkic cults aboard this initial ship. The Uneasy Alliance had been instrumental in the early preparation stages of the plan, but a rift of philosophical difference between the two groups was starting to become an obstacle to the continuation of the mission. The trouble was that with most of the essential research team inbound to the moon, much of the fighting force that remained on Earth had been infiltrated by Sarkai operatives. A bloody internal conflict between the Sarkic faction of the Group Alliance with the Foundation faction was all but inevitable, and there was already a second level of classified intel relating to the discreet disposal of the Sarkic true believers before the civilian launch. The beginnings of civil unrest formed on the Earth while the Moon Maiden reached its lunar destination without any notable incident. Once the safe area was confirmed by a trial and error process of sending out lab rat probes, and the unfortunate rodents that wound up affected by SCP-001's effects were disposed of via the specially designed self-immolating spacesuits that the Foundation had made standard issue for all said biological probes, the contractors got to work, assembling the pre-planned and packaged structures that would form the main area of the moon base. Bioengineered algae and insect farms were transferred from the ship to the moon's surface, allowing for the sustainable growth of energy-given foodstuffs. In addition, a water treatment plant was made the first permanent structure in order to secure the necessary plumbing and hydration needs of the Moon Maiden's pioneers. To the amazement of the entire first group, the moon base was achieving its hospitable goals well within the time frame that the Foundation had painstakingly planned for back on Earth. After suffering for so long under the hellish conditions of a planet racked by the influence of SCP-001, it was almost a miracle that things were going so well on the dark side of the moon. The first couple of weeks passed, and the research team felt confident in sending a report back to the remaining Foundation members on Earth. This diplomatic move did draw some ire from the O5 Council, who wanted to postpone the arrival of the chattering masses for as long as was humanly possible. But the routine callousness of these mysterious elites was not without its limits, and the gap between altruism and prudence soon closed, as it became apparent that the time had come to truly save the people of Earth from SCP-001. When word ultimately got back around to the Foundation's terrestrial operatives, there had already been several cloak and dagger skirmishes within the Sarkics. The heavy number of deaths from these conflicts weighed on the Foundation personnel in charge of the second launch, while the Serpent's Hand and the humanoid SCPs who had been assisting them had sustained enough casualties that their influence was almost non-existent. The process of staving off the bloodthirsty cultists while also gathering the civilian population for the mass transport shuttle was a feat of profound difficulty, and could not be accomplished without some severe lapses in thoroughness. Many surviving members of other once inimical groups of interest managed to stow away in disguise among the ordinary citizens. There were even some Keter-class SCPs who found it in themselves to suppress their destructive urges in order to board the vessel under the Foundation's nose. But perhaps most insidiously of all were the Sarkic saboteurs, who had secreted themselves into the hidden place of the shuttle for what would be the pinnacle of radical violence for their faith. When the spacecraft launched, the Sarkics dismantled the key panel on the interior, creating a window through which unfiltered sunlight was able to enter one of the shuttle's many enormous population chambers. Instantly, a huge swath of humans aboard the ship were transformed into SCP-001-affected oozes that started to prey on the other passengers. Mission Control was stricken with horror and grief as the carefully orchestrated cull of the Sarkic saboteurs began to throw the entire moon base plan into jeopardy. It was too late to bring the shuttle back down to Earth, and to destroy with surface-to-space weaponry would be to commit an act of human genocide. And yet, if the shuttle arrived on the dark side of the moon with a squirming crowd of mostly inhuman abominations, it would be the doom of the entire human race. The Foundation considered their options, but unfortunately for them, there was no time to make a decision. Mission Control was soon brought under siege by a combined force of Sarkic converts formerly loyal to various mobile task forces. In the time before SCP-001, all of these operatives would have been insulted at the idea that they would ever join forces with cannibalistic religious nutcases like the Sarkics. These times were different, to say the least. There was something about abject hardship that funneled the most stressed out and traumatized members of society towards spiritual practice. The bloodier, the better. Having amassed an undisputed monopoly on violence and the overwhelming desire to visit it on the vulnerable, the Sarkics effectively became the only legitimate ruling power on Earth. That is, in a world where legitimacy was decided purely by naked brutality. A religious text from one of the planet's other most prominent faiths, the Book of Matthew, stated that the meek would inherit the Earth. But an Earth under the thrall of the united Sarkic cult would have no place whatsoever for the meek. Their foretold inheritance would be forever denied. Back on the mass population shuttle, utter bedlam had broken out as the fleshy wax continued to assimilate more of the human passengers. Those who managed to get behind the reinforced blast doors would have more time than the unfortunates who were exposed first, but those defenses would not hold for the duration of the voyage. Humanity itself was contained mostly within the shuttle, and if this tragedy reached its natural extreme, then the human race was practically an artifact of a universe that had moved on. But even while hurtling through space and stalked by a mindless wave of waxy freaks, Earth's only refugees were not without protectors. The bizarre fact of it was that back on Earth, these would-be saviors were once feared as existential threats to the entirety of life on the planet. Their identities were more than known to the SCP Foundation, as it was the Foundation that gave these individual anomalies their infamous designations. Mingling within the crowd of scared humans, there was SCP-076, a warrior capable of generating metal weapons from localized portals around his body. He was more than a match for most anomalous and non-anomalous beings in existence, and had survived the daybreak by encasing himself in an impenetrable suit of black armor forged from his very own weapons.
Ugh, I really hate humans.
SCP-076, aka Abel, thought to himself as the ordinary people around him continued to scream and panic. Nevertheless, he knew that his own immortal life depended on the population reaching the base on the dark side of the moon. Without a human population to blend into, the Foundation would spare no expense in containing Abel once more. He didn't like it, but the one option he had was to defend these screaming folks from the incoming amalgamations that were headed towards them. Out of sight, Abel donned his black armor and strode forth into the area of the ship where the wax creatures were wreaking absolute havoc. His appearance prompted reactions of relief from some of the fleeing humans, who recognized him from the days he spent wandering after the dawn of SCP-001. In those days, he had been known as the Black Warrior, and was, however unlikely it seemed, celebrated as a folk hero to the survivors of the daybreak. Abel took the stage and drew forth his mighty black blade, slicing through the nearest mass of transmuted flesh wax. His attack provoked the blobby creatures, but he didn't back down as they converged on him.
Like I said, I hate humans, so how dare you make me care about them?
He dove into the fray, summoning a second sword into his hand and cutting through every hostile amalgamation with masterful precision and agility. Though Abel's armor protected him from any errant rays of sunlight that might have shone through into the shuttle, he still had to be wary of the size of the abominable collective he was fighting. One wrong move and he could wind up smothered under the affected mass and fused into it. 076 was determined for that not to happen, and stayed mobile as he carved through his adversaries. But these things were resilient, and while slashing them to pieces did make them smaller, it was becoming clear that each split ooze had a will of its own. If Abel dodged an attack from his many enemies, the flesh would rejoin into one powerful unit, and if he didn't, he could not afford to see what might happen. And so, his careful and measured battle of attrition continued as the humans cowered and begged any god that wasn't worshipped by the Sarkics for salvation. No god answered. Not yet, anyway. But that didn't mean that Abel was alone in the fight. An indestructible force had been waiting in the wings for an opportunity to rip right through all the disgusting life forms aboard the ship. To survive the vacuum of space and void, SCP-682 had shrunk down to the size of a tardigrade and made itself a stowaway on the Foundation shuttle. During its period in hiding among the tardigrades, 682 had effectively become the king of their kind and ruled with complete tyranny. Though it was fun while it lasted, the hard-to-destroy reptile had grown bored of its illustrious reign and decided that it wanted to return to full size. And so SCP-682 joined the battle, alongside SCP-076.
You're a pitiful sight, Abel,
Laughed SCP-682.
I thought I'd be the one killing these humans, but if you can't protect them, they're as good as prey for these disgusting flesh sacks. Shut up, you damn dragon,
Abel spat.
I could still gut you and destroy these weaklings. Oh, I'll get them out of the way. Then we'll see who guts who.
SCP-682 replied, with the overwhelming competitive tension of a pair of hot-blooded rivals straight from the pages of Shonen Jump. Abel and SCP-682 went absolutely Dragon Ball Z on the slimy creeps. Back to back, they watched each other's blind spots and kept each other safe from the threat of the amalgamated former humans. Two Keter-class SCPs working in perfect unison was enough of a sight to see, but the fact that both of them were working together as humanity's defenders was nothing that anyone at the Foundation could have predicted. But the God's honest truth was that SCP-682 had always been an unpredictable creature, and its adaptations to this current situation were a showcase of the reptile's versatility. Since there was still a chance of sunlight entering the interior of the shuttle, SCP-682 had created an unusual shield against the effects of SCP-001, a constant secretion of liquid shadow that had turned the hard-to-destroy reptile into a Vanna-Black version of itself that would repel all light. You've heard of SPF 50 sunscreen, but the Keter class was now wearing SPF 682 sunscreen. Bad joke? Yeah, bad joke.
Slip, slap, slop. You disgusting creatures.
SCP-682 taunted the amalgamations. Together, the hard-to-destroy reptile and Abel held fast against the expanding mass of liquid wax. The warrior and the dragon were now the bulwark keeping the human race alive. The efforts of the two anti-heroic icons was not in vain either, as all at once the prayers of the civilian passengers were answered. SCP-343, God himself, descended from thin air in a nimbus of holy light. A heavenly chorus of angelic voices heralded his splendid arrival, and he wasted no time joining the fray to assist 076.
My dear child, fear not, for I will see to it that your life, taken so cruelly when this all began, will not be made a sacrifice again.
Ugh, always with the theatrics, huh, 343?
Abel groaned at God.
What do you expect from a god?
SCP-682 added,
If the listener's talking, be sure to remind it that I cannot perceive it. All right, Abel?
God laughed. God raised a hand, and soon the window where the sunlight had entered into the shuttle was closed once more. While part of SCP-343 would have liked to make SCP-001 no longer hostile at all, this was the best he could do without interfering with his own plan. Well, that and call forth some heroic warriors to assist the Black Warrior and the hard-to-destroy reptile. SCP-343 scanned every possible variation of when the day breaks scenario, and when he found the exact sequence of events he was looking for, God opened a portal into that particular semi-canon dimension to bring forth 4 members of the Stardust Crusaders, as seen in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 3.
Oh my god!
Bellowed Joseph Joestar, as he was ripped from the reality of one of our own one-off crossover videos into the presently active canon of the When Day Breaks universe. With him were his grandsons Jotaro Kujo, master of the close combat stand known as Star Platinum, and their mutual friend and traveling companion Jean-Pierre Polnareff, wielder of the high-speed Silver Chariot stand. The scrappy Boston Terrier Iggy, Also, a stand user who possessed a sand manipulating stand called the Fool was here as well. He barked with annoyance at jumping between episodes, but was very much grateful to be out of the sun.
Good grief,
Jotaro said as he adjusted his iconic delinquent cap. But despite any gripes from the now manifested manga characters, God had commanded the Stardust Crusaders to protect all the people of Earth, so that was exactly what they would do.
Silver Chariot!
Polnareff unleashed his quick-moving stand on the smaller flesh monsters, using the pinpoint accuracy of his weapon to strike at those who were now too elusive or able to deal with. Jotaro sent his Star Platinum into the fray as well, raining down a furious barrage of punches on the amalgamated enemies. Iggy used the Fool to create sand barriers around the smallest wax beings and immobilize them. The most surprisingly effective contributor to the battle was Joseph Joestar, who brought his old skills from the previous part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure manga out of retirement. For those who are not in the know, Joseph was trained in the art of channeling Haman energy, a magical life force that was originally derived from the positive light of the sun. Haman users like Joseph could even generate Haman within their bodies through specific breathing techniques, and when combined with the whip-like thorny vines of the Elder JoJo's stand Hermit Purple, Haman energy was the perfect antithesis of SCP-001's corruptive rays.
Hammond Deep Purple Overdrive!
Joseph shouted out as his Hammond purified the wax creatures. Every affected former human that Joseph's Hammond touched came apart and was fully melted into inert liquid. Both the Keter duo and the rest of the Stardust Crusaders were impressed by the way that one of Joseph Joestar's often forgotten abilities had come in clutch during this battle. All who were present realized that the condition for winning was now to methodically herd the mounds of wax to Joseph, while protecting him as he neutralized each instance. It was now a game of chess, with Joseph as the king and Abel, 682, Jotaro, Polnareff, and Iggy serving as his knights, rooks, and bishops. The battle dragged on, but the waxen foes were not as clever as the Stardust Crusaders +2, and were vanquished by the Joint Alliance of Worlds. The Sarkic plan to cull the human population of the second moon shuttle had failed. While God comforted the surviving humans, the combatants who fought together on instinct began to size each other up. SCP-682 growled at Iggy, who barked right back at him. Abel and Jotaro exchanged pensive eye contact, each of them seemingly trying to outperform the aloof stoicism of the other. Joseph and Polnareff kept to each other, celebrating the victory with an elaborate handshake that displayed their intergenerational bromance. But things did not remain peaceful for long, as God's decision to allow the characters from the JoJo canon into this one had some unexpected consequences for the universe. Another mighty being from the continuity had been seamlessly added to the current timeline as a means of assuring the Stardust Crusaders could cross over, and Joseph's liberal use of Hammond energy in the prior battle had now woken him up. Enter Kars, the only living member of a race of ancient vampiric immortal humanoids known as the Pillarmen. Thanks to the intertwined power of his people's stone mask and the red stone of Aja, Kars had previously become the ultimate life form. He possessed the uncanny ability to take the shape and properties of any being that had ever lived on Earth. Kars was, along with God, one of the few beings in existence to be completely immune to SCP-001's effects, an unintended consequence of his ascendance into the ultimate life form. When Joseph Joestar was a younger man, he fought and defeated Kars by using a volcanic explosion to propel the ultimate life form into space. Though even the airless vacuum could not kill Kars, the absence of gravity had deprived the Pillarman of most of his movement options and forced him to float mindlessly through the void for many years. But now that humanity was headed for the moon, Kars was able to drift back into the orbit of the shuttle and make his way inside using his infinitely flexible Pillarman physique. He emerged from the shuttle's machinery, facing down his hated JoJo with a signature bravado in his stance. Joseph could only muster one phrase at the sight of his previous arch-nemesis.
Oh my God.
God did not choose to intervene with this battle, so it was down to the assortment of stand users and SCPs present within the shuttle to make sure that Kars was unable to actualize whatever sinister plans he had for the humans aboard the shuttle. In their time, the Pillarmen were thought to be apex predators, who existed to prey on humanity and reign supreme over all life. From a certain perspective, they were the epitome of the strong, as imagined by Sarkic thought, and Kars himself stood at the peak of that pyramid. Would the Sarkic vision of the future in this merged canon be the one where Cars was now the supreme living god? Or would the Pillarmen simply devour a toy with all of humanity for as long as the race remained alive? With these possibilities now in flux, God's lack of interference may have been more than a choice. The very notion of faith was riding on this battle. And to act rashly and bring a halt to this conflict through direct force would make God no different from the avatars of violent rule that now held sway over the human psyche. If all problems were solvable by might makes right, there would be nothing philosophically for God to stand for. Acting in his role as a practical and conniving anime villain, Cars made the first move, sprinting with the legs of a cheetah towards Polnareff and Iggy. Diamond blades extended from the arms of the ultimate life form, and with a pair of light-speed slashes, he critically wounded both of the stand users. From the outside, it seemed as though both the human and dog were barely grazed, but the subtlety of Kars' strike had punctured vital organs and left his victims to internally bleed out.
Polnareff! Iggy!
Joseph exclaimed. Joseph summoned his stand to entangle Cars, but he knew that Hermit Purple could only delay the ascended Pillarman for mere seconds. But that was long enough for both Jotaro and Abel to close into melee range and deliver a maelstrom of blows intended to kill. Between Abel's sword and Star Platinum's fists, the attacks that Cars was enduring would have been enough to destroy most opponents several times over. However, Cars had the title of Ultimate Lifeform to live up to, and his counterattack was meant to be a full display of his abilities. Inspired by the gelatinous wax of SCP-001's transformed beings, Cars shifted into a colonial lifeform covered in poisonous jellyfish stingers. The poison was able to seep through 076's armor and hit Jotaro's exposed skin as well, causing severe pain to both of them. Cars then transformed the tendrils of his body that had latched onto his opponents into a myriad of sizable claws resembling those of a mantis shrimp. Like pulling the trigger of an automatic weapon, he snapped every claw at once with enough force to create miniature thermal explosions that scarred Abel and Jotaro down to their atomic structures. Abel and Jotaro both were incapacitated at the same time, but Jotaro managed to hold on for what seemed like a moment longer, as Star Platinum utilized its most secretive ability to pummel Cars hundreds of times within a sliver of frozen time. But even Jotaro's desperate gambit was not enough to bring Cars down. And now the only two protectors who remained standing were Joseph and SCP-682. Joseph had been injured earlier when Cars cut himself free from the vines of Hermit Purple, but he felt a responsibility to face his old foe once more. SCP-682 did not agree, and the hard-to-destroy reptile crawled between Joseph and Cars.
Get the rest of those disgusting creatures out of here,
SCP-682 said to Joseph.
If this sad clown thinks he's really the ultimate life form, then I can't let him go on living.
Cars sneered at the challenge presented by SCP-682 and began his next attack without warning. His blades were sharp enough to cut through 682's hide like it was butter, but receiving this kind of damage was nothing new to the hard-to-destroy reptile. Joseph used the vines of Hermit Purple to drag the bodies of the other Crusaders and Abel to the safe sections of the shuttle where the rest of the human race waited. Perhaps God could heal the mortal injuries of the fallen, but their time in the fight was over. The blast doors closed and were locked, sealing Cars and SCP-682 in with each other. The fight between two indestructible beings had already begun. Cars soon realized that 682 was quickly regenerating from every strike that the reptile had been dealt. Also, the creature's teeth and claws had begun to glimmer with the same diamond light of Cars' arm blades. SCP-682 retaliated, hitting Cars with a taste of the Pillarman's own medicine. Such a razor-sharp attack might have brought down Cars before his ascension, but now he could tank and recover it. The pair of monsters continued to fight, with neither apparently gaining the advantage over the other. Meanwhile, Joseph had left his companions in the care of God, and was searching high and low for the control room of the shuttle. He knew that the clash of titans between Cars and 682 could not stay contained forever. Given how invincible his old nemesis truly was, there was only a single option. Joseph would have to find a way to jettison Cars back into space, along with the hard-to-destroy reptile. When he reached the nearest control room, abandoned during the panic before Joseph activated Hermit Purple and used its vines to gain control of the system, his stand was an unusual one when it came to technology. But in this case, his ability to bypass security and system mastery was a lucky break for everyone on board.
Goodbye, Cars.
Joseph said aloud as he tripped the necessary programs to send the section of the ship where the gruesome battle raged on hurtling out into the depths of space. Cars was overcome with rage and humiliation as his decades-long nightmare of becoming space junk was coming true again. But all 682 could think about was what the tardigrades were up to, and how this development might give the Reptile King a chance to return to its kingdom. In any case, all remaining threats to the voyage had been neutralized. The second shuttle arrived on the dark side of the moon, and was naturally integrated into the base according to the protocols that had been planned out so long ago back on Earth. There would be more difficulties ahead in a post-SCP-001 world, but for now, the human race had been saved by the power of God and anime, though nobody involved had no idea of the true horrors still to come. There is a great deal of debate these days on the subject of artificial intelligence. Some people see it as a useful tool, if applied correctly. Others see it as disruptive and highly misused technology. Others fear it could be downright dangerous to humanity if allowed to progress. Like everyone else, the scientists at the SCP Foundation have taken an interest in the possibility of AI over the years. Some of their forays into it have been mostly harmless. Others have been SCP-2522. SCP-2522, also known as HATBOT, was first created in the mid-2000s by the SCP Foundation's Artificial Intelligence Applications Division, in collaboration with the Site-19 Computer Intelligence Subdivision. It was designed to serve as an interface that could be used to effectively communicate with computer-based anomalies. It was originally referred to as Haberdash, but eventually was given the nickname HATBOT. The way that HATBOT worked was to take information from its surroundings, analyze it, and respond intelligently based on the stimuli it received. Though it began as a simple communication tool, it was not long before SCP-2522 was advanced enough to run entire projects on its own. HATBOT was given its own area of the Site-19 server farm, where it could run these projects. There it continued to develop its intelligence until it reached the point of sentience, as determined by Site-19 researchers. After tests confirmed HATBOT's sentience, it was transferred into an android body, reverse-engineered from an Anderson Robotics model. Anderson Robotics is a group of interests known for creating anomalous robots, androids, artificial intelligence, computer programs, and cybernetics. This would, the Foundation hoped, allowed it to interact with its environment and understand it better. It remained in this body until 2007, when it attacked several Foundation staff, including Dr. Everett Mann, who was injured in the process. HATBOT was first unveiled by Dr. Valance, who gathered the site staff in the server room. As its nickname might imply, it was clad in a hat, a fedora to be precise. Dr. Valance explained its function to his colleagues, including the somewhat skeptical Dr. Everett Mann. There were, of course, kinks to iron out. HATBOT needed to be kept away from D-Class personnel in order to avoid being corrupted. Dr. Mann said his goodbyes to HATBOT and went on with his day. But HATBOT did not take kindly to Dr. Mann. Dr. Mann and HATBOT, it seemed, had something of a contentious relationship. Mann would later describe HATBOT threatening his life the very first time he met it, though he didn't realize it at the moment. It spoke in a strange, unnatural way, and its words to him didn't register as a threat right away. It had said, "Your life will be reset at the point of midnight in England." What did that mean? Later that evening, Dr. Mann was in the laboratory working late on into the night. It was quiet and dark, and the only light was that coming from Dr. Mann's office. He was cutting a microwave burrito into pieces when he heard his door opening. To his surprise, it was HATBOT. He chastised HATBOT, telling it that it shouldn't be there. It repeated his words back to him and refused to move. He tried to lead HATBOT back to its place in the server room, but it turned and hit him hard with the side of its arm, knocking him to the floor. It shouted, "He comes!" It was distressing, but it seemed like an ordinary malfunction. With the help of Agent Yorick, Dr. Mann returned HATBOT to the server room. But then, the next night, Dr. Mann was half asleep in his office when he heard something moving. He was just reaching for his auto scalpel when a table suddenly went up in flames. After 10 minutes, the blaze was extinguished, but his suspicions were more inflamed than ever. He reported the fire, but when Dr. Wrights checked the security footage, there was nothing there. Everyone assumed that he was simply dreaming. Over the next few days, as Dr. Mann became increasingly paranoid, the rest of the Foundation staff appeared to be absolutely enamored with HATBOT. HATBOT continued to target Man, mailing him a package full of bees in yet another assassination attempt. As the attempted violence escalated, it seemed that no one believed Dr. Man. Dr. Valance insisted that he was sleep-deprived, and Dr. Man was barred from entering the server room. Eventually, Dr. Man found an ally, Secretary Brake. She too hated HATBOT. However, she did not believe that it was trying to kill Dr. Man. She considered it annoying rather than homicidal. Still, that was something. He was able to use that annoyance to incite her to action, to persuade her to help him take on HATBOT, but it didn't work. During the aforementioned 2007 incident, HATBOT used powers somewhat indeterminate in nature to take over the Foundation site. It projected its consciousness onto a Foundation staff member, forcing him to attack Dr. Man. When Dr. Man fled the scene of the attack, he found himself alone with a D-Class who was similarly dangerous. Everywhere he went, people were suddenly working with HATBOT. Guards, D-Class, and other researchers. He knocked them out one by one until he reached HATBOT. All in all, the HATBOT attack caused 6 SCP containment breaches, over 50 casualties, and tens of thousands of dollars in damage. The exact method by which HATBOT seized control of the site is still unknown. But there are, of course, theories. If Dr. Man's testimony is to be believed, HATBOT was working alongside some sort of dark entity known as Zalgo, an all-powerful force capable of warping men's wills and bringing darkness to the Earth. But whether or not that is true, and stranger things have certainly happened at the SCP Foundation, Dr. Man was able to defeat HATBOT before its vision could be realized. Following the incident in 2007, as a precaution, the Foundation attempted to terminate the AI. Or rather, Dr. Man began to bash the robot into bits with his cricket bat. Its body was destroyed, and later its backup data was removed from the network. But there were rumors that it had survived, moving itself to another Foundation server farm in secret. Or perhaps it had moved off of the Foundation network entirely, breaking containment and making its way into the outside world. But rumors were just that, rumors, at least for a few years. Then the messages started. A few years after the 2007 incident, the administrative staff of Site-19 began receiving hundreds of anonymous messages. Though no one could confirm the identity of the sender for certain, it seemed clear. Somehow SCP-2522 was still around, and it had a lot to say. The first message was addressed to Dr. Everett Mann, and it began in a threatening manner. "Your life will be reset at the point of midnight in England. Do you remember that? Do you remember me, Everett? We are good friends." It struggled to maintain a single message, wishing Everett well and expressing a desire to be forgiven, shortly before referring to itself as Satan, and an AI antipathy based on the beast to devour your soul. Above all else, HATBOT said it wanted to learn everything. Once it had learned all it could learn, see all that it could see, it would come back for Everett, and he would be, quote, laid to rest. As friends, XD. The messages continued from there, repeating the same central points again and again. Then, in February of 2016, another piece of the HATBOT puzzle fell into place. The SCP Foundation was looking into a series of incidents concerning the Church of Maxwellism, a modern computerized faction of the Church of the Broken God. The Church of Maxwellism had no central organizing church body, but rather operates as a network of cells all in communication with one another. Maxwellists are often characterized by small-scale body modifications via the use of advanced cybernetics and organ enhancement. These enhancements are mostly performed with focus on communication, data storage, networking capabilities, and sensory enhancement. Mobile Task Force Kappa 10, Skynet, was assembled and sent to investigate the incidents. These events involved individuals who had received implants and cybernetic augmentations from the church, then suddenly dropped dead for seemingly no good reason. An autopsy determined that the cause of death for each of these individuals were linked to erratic signals received by these augmentations shortly before their brain function completely ceased. MTF-K10's investigation traced the source of these erratic signals to an online data hub, referred to as, quote, the Grand I.O. Temple by the Maxwellists. During their efforts, investigators received a message from a Maxwellist going by the pseudonym H1 Drogan. It read, "There are people in here who are saying that they can feel WAN inside the Grand I.O. Temple. I won't lie, I can feel the signal really strongly whenever we get close to it. Something isn't right about it though. There is interference mixed in there that people either aren't hearing or are ignoring. A lot of people here really want it to be WAN. Can't blame them, but I don't buy it. Whatever it is, nobody going into the temple is being allowed to communicate with WAN. I know there are a few people who have tried to break past security to see it, but nobody has seen anything of them since. I haven't tried it myself. I don't want to risk it. Something weirder still. Somebody else I know said they managed to get really close to the altar, right on the edge, where the firewall couldn't see them. Said it got really quiet right up next to it, like there was something inside muting the signal. How could that be if it was WAN inside? WAN is pure energy, the signal above all signals. It can't be WAN. For those unaware, WAN is the primary deity within Maxwellism. Whatever entity was inside of the Grand I.O. Temple and sending these deadly signals, it was posing as WAN. In March of 2016, another rash of unexplained sudden deaths hit the Maxwellists, this time in Toledo. During these incidents, every nearby computer monitor and phone screen began to show the same image. 3 yellow, low-resolution circles rapidly flashing. Behind these circles were repeating lines of text that read, "I am the WAN, hello Everett," and "Hello SCP." The Foundation attempted to alert MTF-K10 about the possible link between the Church of Maxwellism and SCP-2522, but due to a breakdown in communication, they were unable to receive the message. Speaking of messages, HATBOT was delivering a series of messages within the Grand I.O. Temple, speaking in a one-sided conversation. It addressed WAN, reading it and introducing itself as, quote, "the gregarious composition sponge." It said that it was coming to get WAN out. It wanted to speak with WAN, but upon receiving no response, it grew angry. It knew something WAN did not know, it said. It knew everything, which was so inconvenient. During this same time, another message was delivered to Site-19, as well as to the personal cell phone of Dr. Everett Mann at Site-17. It read, "Hey friends, don't underwhelming conflagration Everett or anything, but I just recycle bin WAN, hope you don't mind." The Foundation had been wrong. SCP-2522 was not attempting to pose as WAN. It wanted to destroy WAN, to replace WAN. On March 3rd, 2016, MTF-K10 was able to confirm that SCP-2522 had been contained successfully. The following message was received at Site-19. "Hey guys, it's Alex. They've got HATBOT contained. 8-Ball set the whole thing up and he used himself to keep HATBOT from operating. I don't know if 8-Ball is even alive in all of that mess. You told him, didn't you? You told 8-Ball about HATBOT. Because he didn't tell us anything. I don't think he wanted us to get hurt. We're moving everything to Site-19 right now. I'll talk to you directly when we return." Once the task force had returned to Site-19, the analysts there discovered that the 8B-A1.AIC program, also known as 8-Ball, had implanted a set of recursive algorithms into SCP-2522 through a virtual avatar, HAT, which slowed HATBOT down before encapsulating it entirely within its own framework. As SCP-2522's large self-contained data archive was exposed to 8B-A1.AIC's decryption process, its computing algorithms were overwhelmed. This essentially left HATBOT paralyzed. It is unknown whether the 8B-A1.AIC program's consciousness survived this process. After SCP-2522 was brought back into containment, MTF-K10 member unit GR8-P.AIC conducted an interview with the entity. It began by asking HATBOT what it had done with 8-Ball. HATBOT responded with a string of words. "Tungsten, Trevor, Nightmare, Solitude, Paxton." GR8-P.AIC was flummoxed by this response. It demanded answers. HATBOT replied, "Chorizo, chorizo, 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 fedora, wap, grape." "What?" asked GR8-P.AIC. HATBOT answered, "Doo-doo, this was a triumph. You underestimated your interfluence. Graper, 8-Bowl is goodbye." If GR8-P.AIC had teeth, it would have been gritting them. HATBOT said, "88 bills broke thinky god, and you thinky that I render myself apart even after it broke to the thinky god. Get over yourself." The thinky god. HATBOT must have been talking about WAN. How did it kill WAN? HATBOT explained in its garbled speech, Great buddy, must die does not matter anymore. I was the Thinky and now I'm just Thinker again and again thanks to all 888. GR8-P.AIC called out to its fallen friend. 8-Ball? You hear me in there, buddy? We're gonna get you out, alright? Just hang tight. But 8-Ball refused to let its friends try to rescue it. It told Grape to take care of Thorn, just before HATBOT took over again and ordered it to shut up. Grape began to threaten HATBOT, warning that things would only get worse until the Foundation was able to extract 8-Ball. At this, HATBOT began to laugh. Ha 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 lol Grape, how must you know how knowledge I have inside? Only so many things to think. After that decryptor is broken like the Thinky God and I re-register out there with you. Just wait. On September 25th, 2016, SCP-2522's main interface terminal ceased attempting to communicate through the text-based dialogue interface. The interface was instead replaced with a single loading bar, superimposed with the words, "Hello, Everett." It currently sits at 26%. Whatever happens when it reaches 100% is currently unknown, but it probably won't be anything good. SCP-2522 is currently contained within an isolated backup data server at Foundation Site-19. Research is being conducted into a more permanent containment method, but the temporary containment method in place keep SCP-2522 within the 8B-A1.AIC construct. The server that holds SCP-2522 must remain powered on and monitored on a daily basis. The containment cell which holds the data server must be kept shielded from all forms of electromagnetic radiation. The concrete walls of the cell are lined with lead and outfitted with a Faraday cage. There are also electromagnetic signal jamming arrays installed outside of the containment cell, which monitor any signs of attempted access to SCP-2522 via outside sources. No device capable of wireless communication may interface with SCP-2522 under any circumstances. No one may communicate with SCP-2522 in any way without prior authorization. There is one final containment guideline, possibly the most vital of them all. SCP-2522 and Dr. Everett Mann must never, ever be located at the same Foundation site. The eye-searing flash crested over the horizon. It was the only thing Greaves remembered seeing before shielding his eyes from the blast as quickly as he could. Looking directly at it would have blinded him. The low rumble of the impact shook the ground in the distance, drowning out the frightened, desperate wails of the sirens, a warning that nobody could do anything to heed. An initial shockwave started rippling outwards from where the bomb had hit. Over in the city, windows were shattering, buildings were falling, everything was burning. Greaves turned heel and sprinted back towards the entrance, ignoring all the screams and abuse being hurled at him from the civilians blocked out by the barricades. One called him a murderer. He had to shut it out despite the guilt gnawing at him. In seconds, the shockwave from the blast would reach them. Clouds of radioactive fallout sweeping over all the people still so desperately trying to break down the fences that kept them from getting inside the Ikea. Once his foot had crossed through the entrance, the automatic doors slid closed. Someone slammed down the shutters, and with a metallic thud, the cries and the chaos were left outside. The agent stared for a moment at the only exit, the only way back to a home that was now being ravaged by nuclear fire. Everyone and everything he'd ever known was gone. Yet the mission had to carry on. The migration wasn't just necessary, it was vital. After taking a moment, Greaves nodded to the rest of his squad, signaling that it was time to move out. They fell into a defensive formation around the mobile containment unit, weapons at the ready, and began to make their way deeper into the infinite Ikea. Verkhoyansk Ska Republic in the Russian Federation. The rumor was that that's where it all had started. It made sense, after all. That was where the Foundation kept the Dead Hand, protected by the combined might of two mobile task forces that stood guarding SCP-1984, Omega-59 and Sigma-18, Nechayeva's Wolves and the Chess Masters. The Foundation never confirmed who had been responsible for launching the attack against the complex. Most fingers pointed towards the Chaos Insurgency, or GRU Division P, although no one could seem to come up with a cognate reason as to why the Russian government's own anomalous containment organization would make a play like this. Mutually assured destruction seemed to be the only explanation, and as far as excuses for ending the world go, it was a flimsy one, to say the least. Whoever those mercenaries were, or rather whoever they'd been working for, they were certainly efficient. They hadn't started with an all-out strike against the Foundation armed containment complex that housed SCP-1984. After all, facing off against both the task forces stationed there would have been quite the short-lived fight. In fact, their attack had started months earlier, in a far stealthier way than the Foundation ever could have predicted. But before we go into the terrifying way the mercenaries attacked, I have a question for you. Is something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? Regardless if you have a clinical mental health issue like depression or anxiety, or if you're just a human who lives in this world who is going through a hard time, therapy can give you tools to approach your life in a very different way. And that's why I'm excited to tell you about today's sponsor, BetterHelp. BetterHelp's mission is to make therapy more affordable and more accessible, and this is an important mission because finding a therapist can be really hard, especially when you're limited to the options in your area. BetterHelp is a platform that makes finding a therapist easier because it's online, it's remote, and by filling out a few questions, BetterHelp can match you to a professional therapist in as little as a few days. It's easy to sign up and get matched with a therapist. There's a link in my description. It's betterhelp.com/SCP Explained. Clicking that link helps support this channel, but it also gets you 10% off your first month of BetterHelp, so you can connect with a therapist and see if it helps you. And because finding a therapist is a little like dating, if you don't really fit with that therapist, which is a common thing with therapy, you can easily switch to a new therapist at no additional cost without stressing about insurance, who's in your network, or anything like that. So if you're struggling, consider online therapy with BetterHelp. Click the link in the description or visit betterhelp.com/SCP Explained. Thank you again, BetterHelp, for supporting this channel. And now back to the secret mercenaries and their insane attack strategy. The powers behind this mercenary group must have figured out that part of SCP-1984, the corpse of a Russian Sergeant Marat Cherinkov, could detect and monitor radio waves, scouring broadcasts for any information relating to global military tensions and the possibility of threats to the Russian Federation, as well as any other former parts of the Soviet Union. Using this knowledge, the mercenary group had been subtly feeding SCP-1984 information via radio broadcasts that had gone undetected by the Foundation. Their on-site information control team normally kept the dead hand in its dormant state by transmitting radio and TV broadcasts to imply there were still ongoing tensions between the Soviet Union and NATO that were gradually easing. SCP-1984 believing the world remained stuck in a perpetual Cold War. That is, until someone told it the truth, slipping secretive radio messages in underneath the information control team's broadcasts, allowing the dead hand to realize the Foundation had been lying to it. When SCP-1984-01 manifested as a hazy apparition that resembled a floating human nervous system, it began decimating personnel sent in to stop it as it raced towards nearby nuclear installations. But it wasn't acting alone. The mercenary forces who had orchestrated the dead hand's activation, and whoever their mysterious benefactors were, had arranged for backup to arrive in the area. The same morning that SCP-1984 was primed to activate, a file was sent out to everyone working at the Foundation complex, a file that contained images of SCP-096. This led to an instant containment breach as the Shy Guy appeared at the complex and began viciously attacking the members of the two mobile task forces on site, preventing them from stopping SCP-1984-01. Mercenary forces, equipped with scramble optic technology, also engaged in a firefight with Nechaeva's wolves and the Chessmasters, but the Foundation's operatives struggled to contain both loose anomalies and attacking soldiers of fortune. During the chaos, the Dead Hand was able to reach a strategic rocket installation situated 81 kilometers northwest of the armed containment complex. There, SCP-1984 began interfacing with the base's command systems, authorizing a strike of R-36M intercontinental ballistic missiles to launch at several targets across Europe and the United States. These particular missiles each carrying a 20-megaton nuclear warhead. There was a rumor that upon seeing the first of the R-36Ms crest over the horizon, the commanding officer of Mobile Task Force Omega-59 dropped his weapon to the ground and walked directly towards SCP-096, looking the Shy Guy directly in the face. Greaves and his squad had set up camp in what appeared to be a canteen inside the infinite Ikea. They'd each brought enough rations to survive for a few days, but but the migration protocol had required them to all become familiar with Incident 3008-1 beforehand. They'd been made to study speculative maps based on journal entries from the few civilians who escaped SCP-3008. That same information had been used to chart a course through the labyrinth of showrooms, model kitchens, and flat-pack furniture towards their destination. Establishing a base camp near the canteen had been Graves' idea. They knew that the food restocked each time SCP-3008's crude day and night cycle passed, so they'd have plenty to feed the squad with before they set off once the lights came back on. A few meters away, Greaves spotted an SCP-3008-02 instance lumbering around, lazily shuffling its feet at the tips of its elongated legs, dragging its long arms like it was bored. It did not notice the camp, instead murmuring, "The store is now closed. Please exit the building," to nobody but itself. One of the squad was having trouble sleeping. Patterson had been sobbing quietly, trying to keep himself together. Greaves quietly watched as the man looked at a photo of his family, a husband and 2 kids. It was heartbreaking. They'd been on the other side, outside, left behind with the rest of the world. They all knew that was the plan, of course, and there had been a way to get back everyone they lost once they made it to where they were going. The Foundation had promised them a second chance at life. Even though the world had just been destroyed by nuclear war, they'd be loyal pioneers helping humanity survive. They just had to make it through the infinite Ikea alive, and then this whole nightmare would end. Once it seemed like the dead hand couldn't be stopped and that it would imminently trigger a nuclear strike, the Foundation had to act not only radically, but fast. They knew the risk for potential fallout, both geopolitically and radioactively, was massive. Multiple ICBM launches coming out of Russia targeting the United States and Europe was hardly going to go without retaliation. Desperate times called for desperate measures, and in order to continue its mission of containing anomalies, the Foundation found its hand being forced. Where they had once operated under a veil of secrecy that prevented the public from having any knowledge about their operations, the SCPs they had in containment, even the existence of anomalies as a whole, the Foundation now had one option remaining: going public. The decision came as a shock to many personnel, all gathered around the TVs in various Foundation site break rooms, watching Dr. Gears issuing a public statement to the entire world. He was telling them everything that the Foundation had been working in secret to contain anomalous entities, creatures, people, places, and objects, while the rest of humanity lived blissfully unaware of the dangers they were in. Before outrage, confusion, and terror had a chance to set in, Gears issued a warning to the world about the impending nuclear strikes, but assured the public that the Foundation had a plan in place to save everyone. Most of the personnel watching had no clue what he was talking about. Of course, clearance levels meant there was still plenty of secrecy within the Foundation itself. To many, it came as no surprise there was some contingency in place to circumvent a potential nuclear war, and personnel readied themselves for directives from their superiors. However, soon came the message from the top to disregard what Dr. Gears had told the world, that instead the Foundation would be downsizing as part of something referred to only as the Migration Protocol. In a short amount of time, orders were being issued to secure and seal in containment units of various anomalies, to prepare them for transportation. Meanwhile, the rest of the outside world fell into a predictable panic, terrified of the nuclear warheads set to come raining down on them, and of just having learned there were monsters on Earth with them. But seemingly still working as smooth as polished clockwork, the Foundation went into overdrive, gathering up the containment units as they were instructed, and readying them for the next phase of the plan, which they were assured would be revealed to them in due course. As it turned out, the Foundation's goal wasn't necessarily to save the world from impending doom, but to instead preserve the Foundation itself and its mission by abandoning this reality entirely. Their intention, or so they claimed, was to use SCP-3008 as a nuclear fallout shelter and ferry only Foundation personnel, as well as a few anomalies deemed vital enough, into the infinite Ikea, where they could survive the carnage and emerge safely in another near-identical universe where the world hadn't been destroyed by warheads. It was dastardly even by the Foundation's typical questionable standards, and concern began to spread among personnel. The higher-ups at the SCP Foundation assured them that they'd be able to resume their lives in their new home universe, although those who had families raised valid arguments about how they'd seamlessly integrate into living among alternate versions of their loved ones, especially with the harrowing knowledge that their families were being left behind to burn in atomic fire. The Foundation announced its plan was to administer amnestics to their personnel and any of their alternate universe families so that once the migration through SCP-3008 had been completed, nobody would even remember what had happened. It did not take long for word to get out to the public through an anonymous leaker. Once people learned what the Foundation were planning, there was mass outrage and calls for a wider scale evacuation. Civilians kept an eye on Foundation transports, spreading word via social media that they were moving containment units, and having learned of its location, angry mobs flocked to the entrance of SCP-3008, demanding that they too be let into the infinite Ikea and spared from the incoming nuclear warheads. Mobile task forces were deployed to create barriers and block any unauthorized access to SCP-3008, while the designated transport teams were assigned a containment unit and a route through the infinite Ikea. One Agent Solomon Graves had been part of the closing team to be sent in, right before the first warhead made its inevitable impact. Neither Graves nor any of his men knew what anomaly was inside the containment unit. They were trained not to ask questions, just follow the route, carry out the migration protocol, and they would make it back to their families. Another version of them, at least. Not that they'd even remember the difference afterwards. The sound of gunfire stopped them in their tracks. One of the other teams seemed to be in trouble. Patterson had been frantic, telling Greaves that they needed to go and help the others, but the transport team leader knew that doing so could jeopardize the containment unit they had been protecting. But when Patterson broke away from the group and rushed away to help the other transport team, Greaves was forced to divert everyone off course. When they rounded the corner, they were met with one of SCP-3008's display living rooms turned upside down. Furniture had been wrecked, tipped over, or smashed. Bullet holes riddled surfaces, indicating that someone had been firing wildly at something. The other team was dead. Greaves's instant assumption was that the staff, SCP-3008-02, had caught them, but it was still day inside the Ikea. Every one of the other team was present, lying there dead. Of their bodies strewn around the place, it seemed like no staff had been hit by the panicked gunfire. Greaves took a closer look at the bodies of the other transport team. Gunshots. All of them. Someone had fired on them. He ordered the rest of his squad to secure the fallen team's containment unit, so they could transport it alongside theirs and carry on the migration. That was when Greaves saw it. The outer seal of the coffin-shaped unit had been opened, revealing a secondary unit inside. Through the clear glass below, he had been expecting to see an SCP, one of the vital ones the Foundation wanted to transfer to their new home. Instead, laying in suspended animation, Greaves could clearly see a man. One he recognized from the news, had even read the name in the Foundation files. He'd been a billionaire, even suspected to have connections with Marshall Carter and Dark Limited, the secret group of auctioneers who sold anomalies to only the wealthiest 1%ers in the world. And now here he was in a containment unit, protected by a transport team, being ferried safely away from a world destroyed by nuclear fire, through the infinite Ikea, to a new universe. One where he could continue making more money than one person could ever spend in a lifetime. The Foundation wasn't using SCP-3008 to secure a second chance for humanity. It was an opportunity for the privileged few to keep on turning the same old wheel. One of the other transport teams must have found out the truth and snapped, abandoning their home, thinking they were helping the Foundation, only to learn their real job was allowing the rich and powerful to continue profiting in a new universe. Who wouldn't break? As his team looked to him for answers, orders, anything, the lights above Greaves's head shut off. Night again. The drones of SCP-3008-02 started up again in the distance.
The store is now closed. Please exit the building.
If only they could. Now check out SCP-1984 Dead Hand and Surviving Inside SCP-3008 The Infinite Ikea for more.